I'm going to keep that frozen in that spot, and I'm going to wait a few minutes for the numbers to build back up. So I'm not going to press play on it again straight away. And thank you guys. I can see you joining again straight away. That's what happens when I leave to go and get a coffee. I should never have done that. So bear with us. The confusing thing is this full video, without all of the graphics around it, has been on YouTube for weeks. I've just hidden it away. So I don't know why there would suddenly be an issue. But what I'm going to do is, after today is finished, I will just unhide the original that's been there a long time, that they don't have an issue. I think this one was a Facebook problem, actually, and I could probably pin it down to exactly which part they had an issue with. It was, I've talked about it before, it's 10 seconds of ITV footage that showed Williamsburg in the 80s. ITV is a channel in this country, and I'll soon find out for sure. But apologies, I went and got a coffee and started getting alarm messages saying, where's the feed gone? So Facebook pulled it. So what I'm going to do is update all of the links on dailydoseday.com and the rest of it, since I did tell you to look at that one first, or suggest you look at that one first. So I'm going to need to go here a second. While we're doing this, I'll just talk about multitasking a little bit here. I'll just talk a little bit about match donations while we're waiting for people to find us again. So match donations, which I mentioned before, are if you're kind enough to consider a donation, it could be that your employer has signed up to match your amount and effectively double the impact of what you've donated. So, and that's not just US companies. There are companies across the globe that do it, and it helps with their tax situation, let's say. So I do have a video which I'll play you later on in the day, and there's a page on match donations on bruce.com further down the page as well. So if you donate $5, your employer may donate $5 as well, or a portion of that. Chris, thank you for confirming we're back. I don't anticipate that happening again on this video, at least. I'm just conscious that that's the second time. That's the first. So YouTube had a problem early on. Facebook have just had a problem now, and I need to protect my account, frankly. So I need to make sure. It could be that I go back to something safe, or I play something that I've already played, for instance, to try and ease through the rest of the day if I have to do that. But I would prefer not to. I'm sure you prefer not to listen to me as well. We got to quite a good bit in the movie then as well. How annoying. But I'm just updating everything as we go, and then we'll start it up again very, very soon. So I don't need to tell you guys this because you've already found me, but dailydoseday.com now has the updated links. So I need to run that right across the website as well, and the Just Giving page as well. So I do the Just Giving page right while we're here. It's frustrating, but I did say early on the day that I expected something like this we might come a cropper somewhere. Like I say, I'm just making sure that I don't lose my account, because that would be disastrous for any number of reasons. So I'm going to check my phone in a minute, see whether I'm still getting panicked messages from people. But we have Elise. If Elise can find me, anybody can find me. Come on, guys. I'm being rude, but I meant it. So we're almost up to the figures we had before. Not quite. I'll leave it for a minute, but I'm going to have to do a little bit of housekeeping around the site to to update all the links. So I was just saying I'm not too worried about it. It's just like a little rap on the knuckles. But if it happens again, that'll be either the second one from Facebook or the second one from YouTube, and then I probably will start to worry. But as it goes, we are almost ready to set up again. I think we got as far as Leon Russell, didn't we? So what said about 91, 92 or so. Just in this little brief interlude, I'll just thank the people who helped me put this video together. I've used people's photography and got permission for that. Also had Bobby Hornsby helped me a lot with some of the detail that you've already seen, so I appreciate that. We'll come on to talk about R.S. Hornsby later on in the movie too, which I asked Bobby and Anne for permission to do that, which they were quite rightly said R.S. was a big part of that scene, so they were happy for him to be included. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. It's a little bit of an unscheduled break we have here at the moment, but I'm just doing a little bit of housekeeping to get all the links back up, but it seems as though people are finding us again. So we will kick off again. Again, if you miss any part of this, the whole thing of this movie at least, which is probably the last thing that's going to get me in trouble today, I would hope. The whole thing is up on YouTube, and it's not got the big graphics around everywhere. You'll be able to see the whole thing later on today. And or whenever you want, it's going to stay up on YouTube because I put it up as a test several weeks ago, and I went through a few. Mind, I must have put it up about a dozen times. So different parts of the movie, you'll see. You might expect to hear music, but it's silent, or you've got the projector effect going on. That's basically to get around the copyright, and they were eventually happy with it after maybe 15 attempts or so. But it just meant I had to cut. The original movie was about 5 minutes longer because I had music in, which, even though it was from concerts, which the Grateful Dead, it was actually that they allow that recording, and some of Bruce as well. Sony jumped on top of it and wouldn't have it, so I had to cut it out, or they were going to pull the movie. So I think we're about there. I can finish that housekeeping without boring you guys. And he says he sat there with a bowl of popcorn, and he could probably finish that listening to me prattle on. But yeah, I'll finish off those links. So it should work right across the site in a minute. I haven't broken anything, I don't think. So we'll get back after that unadvertised stop and stick you back to the movie. But if it happens again, guys, I'm going to have to pull it and then leave you to watch YouTube for an hour or so, or however long it takes, and then come back. Oh, thank you. I feel like it's being tested, Leslie, today, but I can, you got to laugh, haven't you? All right, back to the movie, guys, and I will talk to you again, hopefully, in another hour or so. But again, thanks for the kind words so far. I do appreciate it. All of that aside, Bruce still found time for another Grammy and to get disqualified from another. 29.5 was written for NBC to use during the 92 Olympic Games. It was a collaboration with Branford Marsalis. What it wasn't was commercially released, so it didn't pass the Grammy rules. It existed only on a Coca-Cola sponsored promotional CD for the Olympics. To date, that's the only time Bruce has shared a CD with all of Tina Turner, In Excess, and DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. It was released eventually as Barcelona Mona on the B-side of Talk of the Town, and won the next year's Grammy for Best Pop Instrumental Performance. Bruce continued full-time with the Grateful Dead until March of '92, although he continued to sit in with them when the opportunity arose. It's sometimes said that that environment and tenure encouraged the improvisatory approach of his music and his concerts, but really, his jazz education had prepped him for that. But it meant that he was absolutely at ease with the band. Certainly, they encouraged his adventures into different musical directions, which continue to this day. Traveling with Garcia and daily interacting with a walking encyclopedia of music freed Bruce to pursue other directions in his work. Bruce says, "I would hold their songbook up next to anyone from the rock era on. Garcia's songs with Robert Hunter sound timeless, like they could have been written 150 years ago. I was really influenced by that. Once I started playing with the Dead, I think it definitely opened me up." That open approach, which was hardly absent in the first place, was clear and prevalent, both live and in the new home studio. Harbour Lights didn't so much open the door to a looser and freer approach as kick that door down. The fourth album was the first without the range and the first recorded at home. The band was essentially a trio with guests, Jimmy Haslip on bass and range member John Molo on drums, joined by Pat Metheny, Branford Marsalis, Bonnie Raitt, Phil Collins and Jerry Garcia, and for the first time, three who had become members of Bruce's touring band, John Dirth, Debbie Henry and Bobby Reed. The record was bookended by an extended piano solo at the beginning and an extended guitar solo from Garcia to close. Subject matter was again of a local flavour but even more personal, notably Fields of Grey, written for his newborn twin sons, and China Doll for his wife Kathy. Cultural commentary is distinctive, like in Talk of the Town, a song about interracial romance, and the environmentally conscious Tide Will Rise in Pastures of Plenty. Local narrative abounds in Bruce's short stories throughout his work, here, before and since. Bruce spent a lot of time on the road in '93 and on TV. Austin City Limits, Larry King, Letterman, VH1 Center Stage, Good Morning America, Farm Aid, and countless radio broadcasts and another tour of Europe. Such a frenetic period which could be summed up in 1 week. Bruce was in Rome, Italy on tour in mid-June, flew to DC to appear at an Arthur Ashe tribute on TV on June the 20th, then flew back to London, got off the plane and onto the stage and played a show for BBC Radio 1 on June 23rd. June 25th, he was back in DC to play with the Grateful Dead at RFK Stadium. Over 60 shows over the summer in 7 countries. It was a continuous cycle, write, record and tour, and not necessarily one at a time. John J.T. Thomas, formerly of Captain Beefheart, had signed up by now, who Bruce calls the best keyboard player in the band. Nearly 30 years on, he's still there. By this time, Bruce and his band were so loose on stage that they were playing entirely without a set list. They'd been inviting requests, which could sometimes be more accurately called challenges or even dares, since 1990, when they toured with the Cowboy Junkies. One of the Junkies took ill, the band couldn't perform, so Bruce and his band took their set. With the whole night to fill, for the first time they took requests, and it became standard practice. The audience could write or shout out what they wanted to hear, anything from an obscure cover to a medley. They were an advantageous way to test the band, encouraging them to make decisions in the moment and play accordingly. There was no room for rehearsal or even discussion. Led by Bruce or the audience, they would find a way to seamlessly link these disparate songs together, all while on the stage, and by following various cues, hand signals, nods of the head, or subtle gestures or winks. If you didn't know the song, wing it. It's a required characteristic in Bruce's band, the ability to rely on your wits and play in the spur of the moment. He'd call it music in the present tense. It's totally unplanned. Even Bruce's own songs, especially Bruce's songs, weren't exempt from an unplanned makeover right on the stage. Bruce might not have seen it coming until he saw it scrawled onto a piece of paper, but suddenly Talk of the Town might turn into the Jackson 5's ABC, Or Spiderfingers turns into That's the Way I Like It, which becomes Disco Inferno, which becomes Staying Alive, which becomes Rock the Boat, which becomes Will It Go Round in Circles, which becomes Sex Machine, which becomes Spiderfingers, all in the space of 6 minutes. And yes, that really happened in Dundee, Oregon. The studio record is just the foundation. The song evolves in the concerts and the years to come. Listen to how Valley Road or Rainbow's Cadillac have evolved and grown since their release. And it's easy to chronicle that evolution. Bruce has allowed recording of his concerts since the beginning, and there's a prolific community who does just that, exactly the same as the Grateful Dead's tapers. Those tapes would be shared freely through trading, and with the internet taking off, people were posting their tape lists and offering cassettes to trade. Even the process has evolved over the years. Once upon a time, a recording might be interrupted by the cassette tape reaching its end, or the taper either switching tapes mid-song or trying to anticipate where the song might end. Not an easy feat for a Bruce Hornsby concert. The generosity of Bruce and countless bands have allowed us to enjoy the musical evolution of their work. And we've heard some singular moments, special musical guests, rare covers, or a fight at a solo concert during Darling Corey where the taper's neighbour wouldn't stop chatting, all documented on tape and commentated on from the stage. These days, concerts are recorded and distributed digitally, always for free, usually on the internet. Bruce has released a number of his concerts for free and commercially at brucehornsbylive.com. Back in 1994, after a lengthy tour and a short break, work began in January on recording for a fifth album. The same month, Bruce was in New York inducting his friends the Grateful Dead and a cardboard cutout of Jerry Garcia into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. On the road, Bruce returned to the University of Miami with Molo, playing with the student orchestra on a number of arrangements of Bruce's songs. At home, well, Bruce is never one to sit still. 1994 saw him turn 40, and while for some artists that's a nice time to sit back and look on a successful career, Bruce was typically creatively restless. Now was the time he decided to recommit to his instrument. He rededicated himself to the study of the piano, to learn it afresh. The complexity of his playing and his playing ability hit a whole new level. What could be more flexible than a band who took requests and traded off each other instinctively and impulsively? Well, if that band was a left and a right hand attached to the same brain, but split to act independently of each other. And that's what Bruce trained himself to do. He calls it splitting his brain, where both hands are doing different things. Two-handed independence. Bruce was after virtuosity. The Deadheads had a name for it too, Spiderfingers. Molo caught onto the name, fed it back to Bruce, and so it became the opening track of the fifth record, Hot House. Spiderfingers is written all about the technique and even references prestidigitation, a sleight of hand used by a performing artist to entertain. Bruce can count himself amongst artists such as Philo B and MC Zappa who've used the word prestidigitation in a song. Bruce hired a new bass player around this time. He took J.V. Collier with him to Woodstock, where they sat in with the band at the Woodstock '94 festival. J.V. is one of the most sought-after bass players of his generation and includes amongst his collaborations Frankie Valli, Herbie Hancock, Benny King, Gladys Knight, and the Pointer Sisters. Always, always with a smile, J.V. is as fun to watch as he is to listen to, and he's managed to keep up with Bruce for 28 years to date, remaining with the band here in 2022. A few months into 1995, Bruce was invited back by the Grateful Dead to join them for a few shows. Jerry Garcia's health was failing. He wasn't having an easy time on stage, wasn't very engaged, and the hope was that Bruce could pick him up in spirit and musically. Garcia was to enter rehab shortly after. Bruce's band heading into 1995 was Bobby Reed and John Dirth on horns, Both Jimmy Haslip and J.V. Collier on bass, J.T. Thomas on keyboard, Debbie Henry covering backing vocals, and John Molo again on drums. That was the lineup for Hot House, once again welcoming some really special guests. Pat Metheny, Jerry Garcia, Bela Fleck once again, along with Shaka Khan and Blackstreet's David Hollister and Levi Little. The cover illustrates a dream that Bruce had of a session with Bill Monroe and Charlie Parker, and well represents the different musical directions that Bruce was taking once again. The subject matter was assorted: nuclear disaster, adultery, murder. The Dead influence is strong also, and you'll hear Dark Star in Talk of the Town, and Estimated Prophet in Tango King. The changes reflects on the Jolly Ox days. Why don't you play those good old tunes, it says. Give it up now and you could fill the room. The record was out in July of '95, and Bruce immediately took off again on tour. He was performing solo sets now, and really putting his recommitment to the piano out there for the world to see. He was travelling to Borders stores to play and advertise the record, and on 9th of August 1995, played the Blockbusters in Houston, Texas. That day, the musical world changed. Bruce had a flight to catch to Massachusetts the next day for another Borders show, this time in Chestnut Hill. That morning, Bruce got the call that Jerry Garcia had passed. Bruce did what Bruce does and played music. He kept his date at Borders and was met with a store full of deadheads looking for solace. Bruce provided it and accepted it, and the set became a celebration of Garcia. Bruce played his favourite Dead song, Wharf Rat, and talked about Jerry to the appreciative audience. The Hot House record closed with Jerry Garcia's solo on Cruise Control. It was his last recorded work. I'm just intervening there a little bit so that I don't get a copyright strike again for playing too much of Cruise Control. Back with the movie now, guys. Excuse me for that. Bruce's tour continued with his band, closing with a TV PBS special in New York. Bruce Hornsby and Friends featured Don Henley, Pat Metheny, Bonnie Raitt, the Grateful Dead's Bob Weir, and a tap-dancing Gregory Hines on Talk of the Town. Shortly after, Bruce set off for Europe again, this time on a solo tour, playing lengthy shows, sometimes over 3 hours, at music halls, theatres, chapels, and Vappensaals across the continent. Branford Marsalis had introduced Bruce to Spike Lee. He directed the Talk of the Town video in '93, and it was becoming a mutually very rewarding and beneficial partnership. They both worked with Chaka Khan on Love Me Still for Spike Lee's Clockers movie, and Hot House saw a new Spike Lee joint, Bruce's Swing Street video, starring several of the then Anaheim Angels. Keep the Angels in mind, we'll come back to them in a second. Bruce opened 1996 with some extended touring, both solo and with the band. He was never far from the Grateful Dead though, and although the Dead had disbanded after Garcia's passing, their members continued touring with their own projects. The summer of '96 saw Bruce and his band join the touring Further Festival, alongside Bob Weir and Rat Dog, Mickey Hart's Mystery Box, Hot Tuna, and Los Lobos. Bruce's office newsletter in December of '96 teased an as-yet untitled 6th album. By 1997, Bruce was playing jazz festivals, solo concerts, and returned to the Further Festival that summer, joining Mickey Hart's Planet Drum, Rat Dog, Mo, and the Black Crowes on the road. In March, Bruce debuted as a pinch runner for the Anaheim Angels in a spring training baseball game, and that's a real thing that actually happened. He was there as a friend of Mark Langston, and they let him on the field. Angels manager Terry Collins inserted Bruce with 2 outs in the 7th, and the Angels ahead by 3 runs. Bruce was left stranded when George Arias popped out to right field to end the inning. Bruce said, "I've played concerts before 100,000 people, but my heart never pounded in my chest like today. I can't believe the manager went through with it. I ran out there and first base coach Dave Parker looked like he was going to faint. He said, I looked the same way. "I'm announcing my retirement," Bruce said. Somewhere between first and second base, reality kicked in. It's listed in Bleacher Report's 15 biggest spring training publicity stunts in baseball history. In June of '97, Bruce's office newsletter teased his 6th album. And in June of '98, Bruce was out with the remaining Grateful Dead again, and he'd remained so on and off for the next 3 years. The other ones played Dead songs and each other's, and a 2 CD compilation, The Strange Remain, included Rainbow's Cadillac and White Wheeled Limousine. John Molo was also part of the first Other Ones. Also in June of '98, Bruce's office newsletter teased his 6th album. Time on the road in the last year with Further was giving Bruce a lot of time to think and write in between sets, and Bruce would retreat to the bus to his keyboard to write. So a little later than first advertised, a double CD release came in October. The first was recorded before Further, the second after, with far less piano and more electronics. Spirit Trail, with Uncle Charles Hornsby lighting a cigarette in his ear, was yet further proof of Bruce's evolving virtuosity. With less emphasis on guests and more on Bruce's playing, less jazz, more gospel and blues, 20 new tracks, including solo renditions, made the release. Almost all of those tracks still make the live sets today, over 20 years on. Borrowed from local history again, and again from Lee Smith, her novel Saving Grace about the snake-handling churches prompted Preacher in the Ring, and the very real-life account of Chesty Puller inspired Fortunate Son. Spirit Trail marked the last studio recording with Bruce for John Dirth, Debbie Henry and John Molo, and while they didn't appear on the record, Doug Derryberry was on board and on guitar, and Michael Baker on drums. They were quickly put to work. Bruce and the band had a 2-week residency at the Yoshi's Jazz Club in Oakland, playing 20 shows in 2 weeks, 1 week solo, 1 with the band, to promote the new record. While he was there, Bruce was sent an advance copy of a single reworking his song The Way It Is. Changes by Tupac became a posthumous hit for Tupac across the world, selling over 15 million. Bruce took his band out on the road in April and May of '99 for over 50 dates, as he started to think about a name for his band after 8 years. His newsletter referred to them separately as Pantload, Spankula, The Phlegm System, and Bumby Reed and the Svengalis of Weed. He was to settle on one soon enough. Before he got there, though, he set off on the summer tour with Jackson Browne, Bonnie Raitt and Sean Colvin as the appropriately but never quite officially named Sensitive Ones, Bruce's idea. Each played selections of their own music and accompanied the others for often over 3 hours. Lost Soul was regularly played with each artist taking a verse. Bruce returned to Woodstock in July, sharing the billing and a CD for the first time with Korn, Megadeth and Jewel. Bruce's set made the TV but was sadly absent of Bonfires, Topless Ladies and Limp Bizkit. Bruce saw out the year and the millennium with a concert at the William and Mary Hall in Williamsburg. 5,000 fans joined jugglers, stilt walkers, unicyclists, mime artists and a doomed rotating stage as Bruce and his band played in the year 2000, joined by Bobby and Ann Hornsby, Keith and Russell Hornsby, and many more family and friends. Beginning in 2000, Bruce had an occasional guest play at his concerts, and it was someone well known to him. 20-year-old R.S. Hornsby, brother Bobby's son, was an exceptional musician and guitar player in his own right. R.S. grew up watching and reveling in the excitement of Uncle Bruce's career, and Bobby took him as a boy to meet Jerry Garcia before a show in Richmond. R.S. loved what he heard from the Jerry Garcia band and was greatly impressed by Jerry. and told his dad on the way home that he wanted to play guitar. Bobby gave him his old K Electric, had it rebuilt, and RS was on his way to learning to play his first song, Me and My Uncle. RS first joined Bruce and the band on stage at the Telluride Bluegrass Festival in June of 2000, and again in Vermont, Virginia and Massachusetts, all for the full show. Bruce's relationship with Spike Lee continued, and he contributed Shadow Hand to the film Bamboozled. There was a lot more to come. And after years of requests, Bruce was finishing working on his first official live release. With a nod back to the Cave days, Here Come the Noisemakers was the title, and the Noisemakers became the de facto new name for the band. This was a double disc collection of live performances spanning 2 years, most of the 18 tracks clocking over 7 minutes, and all of them reinvented. The band had really become what Bruce had envisioned hearing when he wrote the songs, especially with the connection between Michael Baker on drums and J.V. Collier on bass. He felt it was the right time to document that. He said, "If I wanted to explain to someone what I do musically, this is absolutely the record that I would pick. It captures the joyous quality of our gig." In October of 2001, Bruce gave us all a fright. Out on a bicycle with his twin sons in Virginia Beach, he collided with one of them and broke his left wrist in 2 places. The next day he was scheduled to play a solo show in Alexandria, and did. He managed a 35-minute set with one hand and one finger, sporting a brace from wrist to elbow. He was still characteristically busy in the studio working on a new record. This one had the attention and the intrigue of everyone. Bruce had been using his concerts and the internet to suggest a record with almost no piano, and advanced reviews had referenced vocals that veer straight over into Prince territory. David Bendeth, the producer and rep for Bruce's label at RCA, had visited Bruce to hear what Bruce had been working on, and his response was less than astronomical. He liked it, but he felt that it was nothing really different. So Bruce instead gave him a song that he couldn't fit in with this recent work, So Out, and Bendeth set to work on it. They both liked what they heard. The fans were getting more clues. Bruce was playing some of the almost no piano songs in solo piano gigs, and then 2 songs, The Chill and Try Anything Once, were released on the internet by his management, as Bruce urged in his lyrics to keep an open mind in these times. Did the people do that with Big Swing Face? Largely, yes. The people who had followed along for some time knew to expect the frequent departures into something different, and those new to the scene would have heard the second half of Spirit Trail with also almost no piano. That's not to say that the reaction to Big Swing Face was without its enthusiasm on both sides of the fence. The online reaction included incredible, one of my favorites, to not as bad as I'd feared, to a grave disappointment. The internet had spoken, but it's no more possible to pigeonhole his audience as it is his music, and as always, those songs have developed and are commonplace at the shows today. Although sharing a title only in Big Swing Face with Buddy Rich, it's not felt that his bus tapes have been hugely influential on Bruce, and there was little to no sucking all over the joint. Bruce had a new permanent drummer in Sonny Emery by now, who was learning as he went, sometimes hearing songs for the first time while he was up on stage. A jazz graduate just like Bruce and a creatively restless soul just like Bruce, Sonny had played with Bette Midler, Jennifer Lopez, the B-52s and Earth, Wind and Fire, and fit the Noisemakers like a glove. Fun fact, Sonny is in Lethal Weapon 2, playing on Knocking on Heaven's Door with Eric Clapton. As always, an extended tour followed the record, and Bruce and the Noisemakers were joined now and then by R.S. Hornsby, Bobby Hornsby, Steve Kimmock, Bonnie Raitt, Jeff Gerson, Branford Marsalis, Belly Dancers, Dallas Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle, who plays a Mean Rainbows Cadillac, and a 10-year-old Samuel Deptula straight out of school to floor the crowd with The Way It Is in Hyannis. 2003 was an unusually quiet year for Bruce on the road at least, although he did join Bob Dylan and separately Bruce Springsteen on stage for local shows. Bruce and RCA went their separate ways after 18 years. The final release was Greatest Radio Hits, very definitely Bruce's choice of title, and Bruce signed to Columbia. It's an honour and a pleasure to welcome Bruce Hornsby to Columbia Records, said Will Botwin, the president of Columbia Records Group. This superlative musician and songwriter has created an extraordinary collection of sublime and electrifying sounds and compositions for Halcyon Days, his first Columbia Records album. Halcyon Days was a mini invasion of the Brits, with Eric Clapton, Sting and Elton John all appearing as guests. They'd all been staunch and vocal advocates of Bruce's work, so he asked them to put their talents where their mouths were. Returning to the piano, Bruce's 8th studio album featured some solo piano tracks and a comedic side. Hooray for Tom is maybe the only song to include the word crepuscule, other than the song Crepuscule. And What the Hell Happened is a direct result of listening to Randy Newman. Reviews were really positive from a media who seemed to be under the impression that Bruce had been away somewhere. But much of the record drew from familiar themes, again inspired by family, Dreamland for his boys, and Halcyon Days for wife Kathy. Going to be some changes made, even made a Lowe's TV commercial, hurting the feelings amongst the traditionalist community. The promotional tour included a return to Europe and a surprise as Bruce gatecrashed his own tribute band's act in Copenhagen in Denmark and stormed the stage mid-cruise control. Bruce and the Noisemakers spent 3 nights on the town in New York for a DVD, which became a documentary on Bruce, and 2 hours from a concert at the town hall. All the Noisemakers got good airtime, and it gave a terrific look at how the band play off each other in person, away from the stage. The full release shows the band rehearsal, sound check, after show, and also some footage from the Blue Note with Bill Evans, who was encouraged to do whatever he wanted. Bruce had caught the ear of a new contingent by 2005. Big names in Broadway had heard the Halcyon Days record and saw the potential for a musical. Hooray for Tom and What the Hell Happened gave them the idea, and they commissioned Bruce to work on it. And so he began with Chip DiMatteo to work on a play about a Civil War reenactor. This was a long-term project. While that was being worked on, they toured throughout the summer, often headlining with Bob Weir's Rat Dog. R.S. Hornsby was a regular guest and always to tremendous acclaim. The Daily Press said he played solos that reflected the powerful influence of the late Jerry Garcia. Bruce gave away 20 years of music for free next. Anyone who came to a solo show in 2006 got a copy of Intersections with their seat. 4 CDs, 53 songs, 4 Valley Roads, and a 22-track DVD. Unreleased studio and live cuts, rarities, obscurities, and celebrities in one box set. Where else could you hear B.B. King, Levon Helm, Elton John, Ornette Coleman, Pat Metheny, Jerry Garcia, Chaka Khan, Robbie Robertson, Bonnie Raitt, and many, many more on the same release. As impressive a box set as has been released in the last couple of years, said one review. A wonderful testament to the artistic integrity of a very important artist. And another, radical interpretations of his hits. It was a gift to the fans, but also provided musical lessons and a challenge. Bruce has always seen it as part of his role to educate those who are along for the ride. One of my interests as a musician, he says, is to be a bit of a crusader, trying to open people's ears to different things. It's been my goal to broaden horizons of people who hear popular music all the time. Bruce speaks often about asking a lot of his audience and introduces them to music they may not be familiar with. But it's never without encouragement or an education or an explanation. In London, he was asked to play Eminem to guffaws from the crowd, then did. His respectful invitation to the audience, acknowledging the bewilderment, was to open your minds to somebody truly great. An open mind is all he really asks, and if that's a lot, well, he's there to help explain. Check the liner notes for intersections and others. Bruce's press for the release included Howard Stern. Bruce handled him as well as anyone could have. Bruce released 2 CDs in 2007, 5 months apart, both collaborations. The first was with Ricky Skaggs on the aptly titled Ricky Skaggs and Bruce Hornsby CD, reworked songs of Bruce's, traditional bluegrass, and Rick James' Super Freak. It topped the Billboard Bluegrass charts and stayed in those charts for a full year. Not to stop at one CD, 2 other virtuosos of their instrument, Jack DeJohnette and Christian McBride, recorded Camp Meeting with Bruce at his home for a summer release. Reviews were again encouraging. Jazz Times said of Bruce, not only is his playing remarkable, but so is the interaction among the 3 musicians. The music stretches and contracts, it races, it gallops, and it rumbles. The spectacular setlist, said one review, included interpretations of the work of Keith Jarrett, Charles Ives, again, Coltrane, Bud Powell, and some Bruce originals, and the trio took the record out for a brief tour. Bruce returned to Miami in 2007 to begin the Creative American Music program. Feeling there was something missing in the college music curricula, Bruce wanted students to go back to the basics of traditional roots music, shape note singing, sacred harp music, and foundations that he felt were being lost. Bruce's goal was that students would not only study the music but be inspired by it, and they were required to write and perform in that same style. He took the Noisemakers to Miami, Sonny and JV did a bass and drums clinic, and Bruce did a bunch of masterclasses on lyric writing and melody writing. The program runs to this day as one of the most renowned songwriting programs in the country. The late, great Robin Williams was to film a pitch-black dark comedy called World's Greatest Dad in 2008. What's that got to do with Bruce? Well, he was in it too. It's a music where Williams' son Kyle dies in an accident. The running joke through the movie was that Robin Williams' character is a huge Bruce Hornsby fan, and 2 goth girls are seen fighting over Spirit Trail. The movie introduced Bruce Hornsby as Bruce Hornsby, and he made a cameo in the movie, as did Kathy, Keith, and Russell Hornsby. Spike Lee was in Bruce's ear again, not literally. This was in the bathroom at the NBA All-Stars game, an accidental meeting, but on the heels of Spike asking Bruce to work for him again. Spike was making an ESPN documentary about Kobe Bryant, so he and Bruce got together again away from the bathroom, decided where the music would go, and Bruce wrote his first score. The movie Kobe Doing Work closed with Bruce's song Levitate, which is to become the title track of the next album. Released on Verve Records, the home of so many jazz and folk legends, Levitate was a landmark for a number of reasons. The first collaboration with the Grateful Dead lyricist Robert Hunter on Cyclone, the first songs co-written and released with Chip DiMatteo, most of them for the musical, still a work in progress. The first and only song to date to feature Russell and Keith Hornsby, who rapped on Space is the Place. Snoop Dogg was sampled too on Prairie Dog Town. And this album recorded the guitar of nephew R.S. Hornsby, who'd been so popular with fans and concert goers. What a time for that to mess up. Apologize, guys. Let me go back a few seconds and play again, and that should be okay. That was a hugely inappropriate time for the static to kick in again. Back to the movie, guys. Thank you. The album recorded the guitar of nephew R.S. Hornsby, who'd been so popular with fans and concert goers. R.S. could be heard on a cathartic guitar solo to close out Continent's Drift. 1 week after recording that song, the Hornsby family lost R.S. in a car accident in Virginia. He was just 28. R.S. was unmistakably a Hornsby on sight, but to hear him play you were left in no doubt. A world-renowned band with decades of experience behind each member changed when RS played, with the addition of a prodigious talent of 20 years of age when he started. RS immediately brought his own sound and added greatly to songs far older than he was, from the Dead catalogue to Bruce's own collection. He was spoken of as the next generation of Deadhead by those who followed the Dead everywhere, and brought such a significant presence with his playing and his character. You'd frequently hear people ask at a concert whether RS was there and playing that night. Behind the stage, RS was an affable and a gracious young man whose humility belied his gifts. There always seemed to be as big a commotion around him as there was with his uncle, yet he'd always seek you out with a warm greeting and a good-natured rib and a huge grin. He was as much a part of the fun off stage as he was on it, and he was hugely influential in both domains. RS was especially proud of that solo on Continent's Drift. He went home afterwards and told his mom Anne with excitement that Uncle Bruce let him play for a long time, for 2 minutes. He said it was the best recorded version of his playing. Bruce told the Burlington Free Press, "He really had the gift. He was a very musical guy and a very soulful player. We miss him a lot." Levitate was dedicated to R.S. Hornsby's memory. Eight of the tracks from Levitate were for the musical, which had been casted. Bruce's songs were getting choreographed, and Sick Bastard was preparing for a premiere at the Virginia Stage Company. 2010 was a year off the road. Bruce's one concert was a solo show in Virginia Beach in aid of the ALS Association, 11 days after the passing of Melissa Reagan Smith. Melissa was Bruce's office manager since the early days and had passed from the disease 11 days earlier, aged 43. The time at home gave Bruce the time to trawl through countless live recordings for a further representation of his music in the live environment, and so Brighter Than Noisemakers was released in 2011. These were the best live versions. Bruce called them the definitive versions of his songs at the time. Some of the most often requested songs, but also some of the lesser played songs. No Way It Is, No Mandolin Rain, No Valley Road, sort of a greatest hits package for the more knowledgeable of the fans. J.V. Collier and J.T. Thomas are the elated couple on the front. The musical got its premiere, now about a mysterious stranger coming to town. It ran for a few weeks at Wells Theatre in Norfolk in Virginia. This remained a work in progress, along with the title itself, and a book written in tandem with it, and the songs, even between opening and closing night, had changed. As with all Broadway productions, though, it was all about finding the money. A workshop in New York stalled the production, and they couldn't yet find the finances. It was pretty hard, Bruce said at the time, to get people to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars for a bunch of songs and a script. When you're a noisemaker, it's been said that, like the songs, you need to constantly evolve yourself and bring something new. Bruce follows that same outlook, and in 2011 began taking a new instrument on stage with him and playing a mini set with a dulcimer. It wasn't the first he'd been heard with it. He played it on the very first record, but now it was a regular part of his tour. Old songs became new again, and Shadowhand, Black Rats of London, Valley Road and others got a whole new lease of life. Chip DiMatteo got a song on a Spike Lee joint, Him in C, as Bruce scored Red Hook Summer. It was one of 2 soundtracks released for that movie, marking Bruce's first solo piano release. And Bruce reunited with Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder for a second round, this time live. Cluck Old Hen, including bluegrass staples like The Way It Is, clocking in at over 10 minutes, and a fully 12-minute version of White Wheeled Limousine, standing out. Bruce's music around 2014 had changed course once again from the jazzier side into more folk. Accordingly, for the first time in 12 years, the Noisemakers saw a change in their permanent lineup. After 15 and 20 years respectively, Doug Derryberry and Bobby Reed moved on to other projects. Doug said at the time, "It was an amazing, life-changing 15 years for me. I love Bruce's music and I will keep tabs on his future growth and progress." Bobby Reed said, "It's been an incredible pleasure and privilege to play so many great shows with such a great band and great audience." And Bruce said of them both, "Bobby is one of the greatest musicians I know. I've loved playing with him and hope to always have opportunities to work with him. And Doug's guitar, strong vocals and mandolin playing gave us what we needed for 15 years. Thanks go out to both of these great people for their efforts and contributions, adding so much to our sound for so many years." That left some space which Ross Holmes and Gib Droll expertly filled. Ross Holmes, a preposterously young man and absurdly talented, had toured with Mumford & Sons and Cadillac Sky. His fiddle and mandolin brought out the folky in Bruce. Gibbs' playing style was discussed by Jambase at the time and read like a bona fide noisemaker job description. They said Gibbs' style is pure and unscripted. Never one to be complacent, he continues to push his own artistic envelope. Ross and Gibb fit right in. Giorgi Ligeti described his own music as virtuosic piano pieces, studies in the pianistic and compositional sense. They proceed from a very simple core idea and lead from simplicity to great complexity. They behave like growing organisms. That concept of evolving music had been the blueprint for Bruce's work since the beginning, and it was becoming ever more apparent. To hear the song solo was to hear an entire reinvention sometimes, and A Night on the Town, for example, in 2014 was immeasurably different to the Ranges version 24 years prior. Bruce's objective now was to document his own virtuosic piano pieces and showcase their evolutions since their studio recordings. The Solo Concerts double CD was the document, drawn from live solo performances in recent years. In concert, Bruce will challenge his audience, teach them, make them laugh or shed a tear, and the Solo Concerts compilation is a comprehensive record of that approach. It's an authentic, accurate representation of what Bruce is about. It's not the record you bought in 1986, or even the show you heard yesterday. Etude or Study No. 5 from Ligeti was presented on the release, and prestidigitation and two-handed independence become pointillism, atonality and perpetual motion on the piano. It was compelling to listen to and riveting to watch. With so much progression, evolution and growth, Why not look back 40 years? The Grateful Dead were playing their Fare Thee Well shows in 2015, doubling as a celebration of 50 years of the Grateful Dead and a farewell. After half a century, they were closing the doors and they wanted Bruce's help. He immediately accepted, and along with Jeff Chimenti and Trey Anastasio, joined the remaining members of the Grateful Dead and 362,000 occupied seats across 5 sold-out shows. Bruce was getting shouted out by now by a new generation of artists. This wasn't new. Nickel Creek's Chris Thile had transcribed Spirit Trail years before, and by now Rolling Stone magazine called him a key influence on young indie rockers. Ryan Adams had told them that without Bruce Hornsby he would not have felt settled into the idea that he can be himself without having to throw so much against the wall. Daffy Duck was deep into his music.
Soon you'll be the one dancing beside the piano as I fill our home with the sounds of Beethoven, Rachmaninoff, and Bruce Hornsby. So much Bruce Hornsby.
And Justin Vernon of Bon Iver especially had been gracious about Bruce in the media and drawing comparisons too. Justin credited Bruce as a major influence. He's recorded I Can't Make You Love Me, and Bruce was curious about this and started investigating. He loved what he heard. Justin was working on a Grateful Dead tribute record and asked Bruce to contribute. It was an easy yes and became the first time they worked together. Bruce took the Noisemakers to the Eau Claire Festival that summer, hosted by Justin Vernon, and in his key influence role ended up sitting in with the Nationals, Phosphorescent, Bon Iver, and others. That festival was a fruitful one for Bruce and influential on him too. Performing together elsewhere on the lineup were future collaborators Y Music and the Staves. But first up was Justin Vernon on Bruce's next record, Rehab Reunion. After the virtuosic piano pieces of solo concerts, Bruce had set the tone for a follow-up release in 2016 with absolutely no piano at all. He'd bought an Appalachian dulcimer in the mid-90s at a fiddler's convention. It'd shown up on past records on Shadow Hand and Mirror on the Wall. Bonnaroo had had him play an old dulcimer set, and after playing mini sets with it for years, Bruce and the Noisemakers offered an all-dulcimer record. This release emphatically focused on the song and the singer, rather than the instrument. Stylistically, it was the most similar work that Bruce had done to the first album, mandolins, fiddles, dulcimer and all. And so Justin Vernon opened the record with him on Over the Rise. This was a prolific time for Bruce writing on the dulcimer. 4 songs came within a month, Over the Rise, and then with Chip DiMatteo, MIA in Miami, Tipping and Rehab Reunion, all in rapid succession. Closing the record, who had also been at Eau Claire, Mavis Staples, who sang on Celestial Railroad. Bruce had written the song in the early 90s and sent it to the Staples sisters through Bonnie Raitt. He wanted to record it but never got to it. And Bruce met Mavis at Eau Claire and had her sing on his own record. NPR said of it that he'd never sounded more relevant. And AllMusic wrote that Hornsby manages to shoehorn the 4-stringed instrument's limited range into 10 spirited full band tracks. The dulcimer also enabled Bruce to play his back porch trio of washboard, fiddle or mandolin and dulcimer in a live environment, and of course songs were getting reworked, sometimes on the fly. Every Little Kiss, which Bruce felt hadn't aged well and hadn't been played for many years, was called out from the crowd at the Wolf Trap one night, and Bruce, dulcimer in hand, rewrote it and played it on the spot. The same month of the Rehab Reunion release, Bruce was curating the first Funhouse Festival in Williamsburg. He'd been kicking the idea of a festival around for years and had Asheville in mind for a setting before he was approached by the Virginia Arts Festival for their 20th annual celebrations. Bruce chose the artists and performed 2 unique sets himself with the band, back-to-back versions of The Way It Is and Rehab Reunion records in a live setting, in order and in their entirety. Also appearing were Railroad Earth, Sean Colvin and Steve Earle, Jack DeJohnette, Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder, and over 6,000 people attended across the 3 days. They came back next year for more of the same, again inspired by the Eau Claire Festival, this time the running of it with a second stage. Bruce brought in Sheryl Crow, Lake Street Dive, The Staves and Why Music. Bruce and Sonny Emery did a duo show as well, and the Noisemakers played a whole set of Grateful Dead music. 2 new Noisemakers were welcomed in 2018. John Mylander from Nashville, a good friend of Ross Holmes, took his place in the band when Ross jumped on the bus with the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Ross called John a teachable soul and therefore a great fit. And Sonny Emery, who'd been with Bruce for 14 years on drums and washboard, had always had his own projects in his own band, and he got the call to work with a Japanese pop band, Dreams Come True. So he was working arenas across Japan with them and his band opening for them too, and working with Eric Clapton. After Moise Lucas had played drums for Bruce, Chad Wright got the call. Bruce flew to California, where J.V. Collier and J.T. Thomas already lived, and between them they taught Chad 60 songs in 3 days. Both Chad and John Mylander had already done their homework and both were already great players, and they both made a seamless transition. So the Noisemakers by 2018 and to date here in 2022 are Bruce Hornsby, John Mylander, Chad Wright, Gib Droll, and the initials J.V. Collier and John J.T. Thomas. They toured from May to August in 2018, including the 3rd Funhouse Festival to date, this time including a performance with the Virginia Symphony Orchestra, and a set from Alison Krauss, Amos Lee, old band member John Dirth's trio, and the Wood Brothers. And they were working on the next record, and to nobody's surprise by now, it was very different, certainly in the creative approach. Absolute Zero featured 3 songs that were remnants of the musical Never in This House, Voyager 1, New York Times 12th Best Song of 2019, and Blinding Light of Dreams. Otherwise, this was another first for Bruce in the writing process. He'd been writing for Spike Lee for the past 10 years, most recently on She's Gotta Have It and Black Klansman. And in that time, he'd written almost 200 cues, up to 5 minutes in length. Not all of them were used, but Bruce was always looking for a song within them, and he earmarked some 14 or 15 of them. At the time, he was in the very early stages of an orchestral record with Michael Tilson Thomas, and the cues record was going to come later. Then he caught 10 days or so at home in between legs of a tour, and being the creatively restless type, took another look at those 14 or 15 tracks and started getting busy. In his rare downtime, Bruce is a voracious reader. Books about science or modern novels, Don DeLillo and David Foster Wallace. If some incredible writing or amazing description moved him particularly, he'd dog-ear the page, but he hadn't done anything with that. So for several months he began to transcribe some of those moments that he loved into a notebook, effectively recording ideas for lyrics for songs. So the goal became to combine these musical scores that he'd picked out with these new notes and new potential lyrics into songs. He set to work on that, and after a while had something to play for Kathy. Kathy convinced him that he really had something, and Bruce had found a new way of working. The recording process was no less special. Lots of odd instruments were used, vibra slaps, tiny tambourines, wooden toy train whistles, Bruce on drums and violin. Even the setting, JV's bass on Cast-Off was recorded in a hotel room in Boise, Idaho, along with John Mylander's fiddle on White Noise and Never in This House. This time Justin Vernon co-wrote as well as sang on a track, Cast-Off. Jack DeJohnette returned for the title track, and dating back to Eau Claire and Funhouse Fest, the Staves contributed to Never in This House, and Rob Moose and Why Music featured throughout, and for the first time, Bobby Hornsby was on a track. Robert Hunter co-wrote Take You There. "2020 saw the world interrupted, and while the concerts were on a break, the music was not. Along with so many others, Bruce worked from home and dialed into a number of TV shows and festivals to perform from his studio. The pandemic didn't put a stop to another record though. A Non-Secure Connection came out in April of 2020. Like Absolute Zero, a little over half the songs had their origins as a Spike Lee cue, and like Absolute Zero, the record opens with a string orchestra all playing one note as a drone. But these songs dealt in dissonance and the chromatic expression that Bruce had been studying. Rob Muse and Y Music returned, and the Shins' James Mercer, who Bruce hadn't met even by release day, recorded his part remotely from My Resolve. Drop in Living Colour's Vernon Reid, the poet and singer-songwriter Jamila Woods, and a posthumous appearance by Leon Russell, the Non-Secure Connection offered a diverse guest list and a production credit, this time for Justin Vernon. Press reception, especially in Europe, was fervent and wholehearted. The Times called it one of the albums of the year. Hornsby's hot streak continues. Sorry, it's doing that intermittently. It's just a bit of static. I'm not sure what's causing it, but I'll go back to it. Pausing it and starting it again sorts it out, I hope. Excuse me, guys. All the better for it. And All About Jazz said, if this follow-up doesn't throw in the kitchen sink quite as completely, he's still clearing plates and loading the dishwasher. As far removed as Absolute Zero and Non-Secure Connection were from Bruce's early release, they really echoed them in one striking way. In 1986, Bruce was putting together a demo tape in Van Nuys, just Bruce, a piano and a drum machine. He'd write something over a drum machine groove, play synth bass over the top, and that would become the finished product. In 2020, he wasn't using the drum machine anymore, but he'd record himself in his studio, have Chad Wright play drums over the top, J.V. Collier do the same with the bass or synth bass, and he was on the move. Today, Bruce is not to be slowed down by a global pandemic. As the world opens back up, tour dates will start to re-emerge, the noisemakers will resurface, and the music will resonate once again. But for now, Bruce is not taking a rest. As ever, he's moving on. In the first 6 weeks of lockdown, he wrote 6 new songs, and he continues to pursue what he considers the unattainable, virtuosity on his instrument. In 2022, we're 36 years out from the way it is. Bruce could have coasted on that for years and earned himself a good living, but he hasn't stayed the same. That's not Bruce, it never has been. He's trying to make the music new every day, to improve and evolve, and to keep on changing.
Going out for a night on the town, going out before the smoke and the trees, going out for a night on the town, going out for a look and see. Said, what made you go and do that? Well,
to watch Bruce and his band on the stage is to watch a musical conversation. Friends pushing each other, pranking each other, enjoying each other and challenging each other in a live situation, making it up as they go, assured enough in their work and each other to make every song an adventure, a story where they don't know the twists and turns until they get there. And Bruce, the lifelong student, will continue to make music that moves him, to write and perform what interests him, and whatever he breaks through with, he'll get his audience not just to connect with it, but get as stirred up by it as he is, ever growing and ever progressing. And that's just the way a musical life should be lived.
I was drawn for another showdown. Like that always seen and done. And one last night for a drunken old time that left a scar on another man's son. Going out for a night on the town, going out for the smoke and tree, going out for a night on the town, going out for a look and see. Said, do what your daddy told you, Bill. Well, I just went out and did that. In the Van and Willie went out one night. Van and Willie went out. Van and Willie went out one night. Hey, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for coming to hear me tonight. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Let's see, people from the Southland and people from the North, like a mighty army, I saw them coming forth. It was a great reunion befitting a king. Then I realized people were more important than things. Up with people, you meet them wherever you go. Up with people, and they're the best kind of folks we know. If more people were for people, all people everywhere, there'd be a lot less people to worry about, and a lot more people to get. There'd be a lot less people to worry about, and a lot more people to care.
Back with me, guys. I do get a kick out of the last thing you hear on that entire documentary is someone asking for Aiko Aiko. It just made me laugh anyway. Back to me, I'm afraid. Where am I? Yeah, that was a big piece of work, which is fitting since I'm often called a big piece of work. Wow, lots of feedback here. If you don't mind, I'm going to read it out since you've been kind enough to send it through. Where to start with this? Ellie says, "Dear biatch, that 100% didn't suck. Well done, my friend. Well done. Well, thank you. I appreciate that." Andy says, "Well done. What a compilation. You're truly booster." Well, this I'm just documenting what's out there. It's we all know what a phenomenal talent we all enjoy. So all I'm doing is passing on the message, really. Kat says, "Thank you, Kat, for your donation, by the way. Really appreciate it. Late coming in. Where can I watch you from start to finish? Well, I've just put it up on YouTube. Actually, I put it up on YouTube weeks ago, but I had to make sure it passed all of their tests and copyright claims and the rest of it. By the way, I had to stop this movie halfway through and restart the whole stream because Facebook pulled it down. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, but I got a subsequent message, which I will read to you. I imagine someone's possibly pulling strings here, but, well, long story short, since I can't find it, they withdrew the claim. So I don't know if somebody pushed a button there. I know it's auto detection that kind of kicks this thing in, and it normally needs human intervention to put it straight. So if that was you, I appreciate it. Copyright claim withdrawn. All changes were removed from your video. So they did withdraw the whole video. They've put it back up. So that's really helpful because it wasn't just that video. It was a couple of hours either side of it. And I didn't really want to lose that because I keep telling people they can go back and watch it. So it's back up. So thank you if somebody intervened with that. So yes, Kat, it's up on YouTube now. Chris Bachek, am I saying that right? Bachek? I really apologize because I've said that a few times. So if it's not, I'm sorry. Thank you also for your kind words. Kat did in fact get an acknowledgement, as I believe. Well, you can read through it back. There's several of them. Kerry did, I know. Charlie Young did. There's several. Thank you, Doug, for that. I do some of that for part of my day job because as many people will tell you, I actually love the sound of my own voice. I don't. But it's as I said just before I put it up, labor of love was the phrase that kept getting repeated back to me from the people I gave it a preview of to. And thank you, John. And thanks for stopping by and thanks for the donation. I really appreciate it. Kat says, I'm a little choked up. You should have seen me earlier. I'm... what am I now? 17, 18, 19 hours in? No, that can't be right. 1, 2, 3. Maths is hard. Yeah, 7 hours to go. 7 hours left. I am winging it a little bit here because, as I said, I'm getting. They might be getting withdrawn, but I've been hit with a couple of. Well, no, one copyright claim, but if my account upsets anybody or gets withdrawn, then that movie goes with it, and so does every podcast I've done and every piece of work I've done over the years, and I do not want that to happen. So I may end up, I don't want to lose my Facebook account either. So I'm ready to jump. If any claim comes forward, then I might have to do some rethinking. But yeah, there are a couple of videos I was going to share with you guys that I'm maybe thinking better of it now. I'm relieved I'm pronouncing your name right, Chris Bachek. Rhymes with paycheck, can't be bad. The number of people who mispronounce my name, which given that twining is actually a word, I don't know. I don't get it. And he says, how can you submit that to the Academy? I appreciate the kind words. I feel like a bit of a fraud reading these out, but you've taken the time to send that in, all of you guys. So I appreciate it so much. So how do you say this? Is it biopic or biopic or what? Because I've been using both. But yes, there's a lot of... Maybe I'll dig out my notes, actually. Most of this book, if I turn to any page in it, it's got something about some work I've done for today, or some work on the documentary, or some work on the survey. But labor of love is the right phrase because I love to do it. So it's if it helps further the cause for today, which is what all of this is about, then I would encourage you to make a donation if you've enjoyed what you're listening to, or if you enjoy what you're watching. My visage aside, then please consider making a donation. We are up to, I'm going to hit refresh and see just how much is in the coffers of the ALS Association. Guys, we're up to $3,300. So I'll let you into a secret. I didn't know whether I was going to do this day. About a year ago, I was kind of weighing it up. I thought, okay, well, I haven't done one of these for 4 years, so we'll put a modest goal up of $1,000, which I say modest, but that's a tidy sum to go to the ALS Association. And then we reached that before we actually went live. I think we reached that about 3 weeks ago because I started putting the word out and people started donating. So that spurred me on to kind of like the opposite of a vicious circle. If people start donating, that kicks my rear end to donate some more, to work some more. So it's been, I called it Simon versus the Drugs Day because I'm on some pretty wacky meds at the minute. And just because a couple of people have asked, yes, they are mine, and I fell off a ladder, and I am okay. It's not quite the injury you'd expect from falling off a ladder. I'll spare the gory details, but my foot isn't in very good shape at the moment. Elise, I've probably babbled on since you sent that message, so I forget what it's in relation to, but maths, plural. Oh, that's right, yes, maths, plural. Is indeed hard when you've been sat in one place since midnight your time on the East Coast. But thank you so much, and thank you, Keith. I've just seen your donation, and Carwin, I believe that's, I don't know that Carwin will thank me for saying this, but this is I believe his third donation, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys so much and your generosity. It's keeping me going for the final 7 hours. Anyway, so I've kind of talked myself into a corner with these contests. Let me share my desktop a second. I've botched this every time I've done it so far. So, yep, there you go. I botched it again. Every time it's giving you my face instead of what I want to show you. And then every time I realize there's an obvious solution, and then every time I forget what it was. Is it this? I think it's this. Well, it's a black screen. Let me... okay. Let's look under the hood. And it's not exactly what I wanted to show you, but I'm going to give you we were looking at dailydoseday.com, weren't we? We certainly weren't looking at the Daily Mail. Get off my screen. Anyone in the UK will get that reference and probably empathize. So, few things I wanted to go through with you on the site, just as a recap of what we've been looking at throughout the day and what's still open. So, here's the Daily Dose Day website. That handsome young man there is JT Thomas. Further down the page, that I believe is the current link to part 5 of the Daily Dose. So I might have to do that one more time, guys, before we finish, is just to start the stream again, because we can do a maximum of 8 hours on a Facebook stream, and it cut me off 8 hours on the dot earlier on, as if that's some paltry amount that someone would stream for. But I'm doing 3 of those today, because why not? That, now that I look at it, looks very rude, that donate button, as if I'm barking some orders at you, he says as he's looking at the snooker. But this donate button takes you to the Just Giving page, which has gone up since the last 5 minutes or so. I read up the figure. It's gone up another $131. So thank you guys. I can't thank you enough. But it's open. It stays open after today. So if you're watching this on replay, first of all, what are you doing with your life? And secondly, thank you. And thirdly, yes, if you want to consider a donation, that's all open. So 24 concerts. I've got one I should have put up 10 minutes ago. Sorry, guys. I'm going to do that right now. So the next one to go up. Why was I particularly excited about this one? What time are we at? We're at 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so you may remember this one. It's from York in Pennsylvania. You may have heard of this show before. The reason you might recall it is Bruce invited a lot of kids onto the stage. One of the kids was not backwards in coming forwards. His name was Cassidy, named after the Grateful Dead song, and he proceeded to stay on the stage and played piano with Bruce as well. Bruce played a hastily reinvented Cassidy's Cadillac. So this was from York, Pennsylvania in 1998. So I'm guessing Cassidy is probably about 30 by now. But Bruce would have made a lasting impression on him for sure. So I'm just going to post that one for you 1 second. So yeah, this was from 1998, so just before Spirit Trail came out. And it was one of the very first bootlegs I ever got, actually. And lots of covers. How Far Am I from Canaan, The Boxer, My Romance, Low Spark of the High Heel Boys, and Cassidy's Cadillac. So that's just now been posted on dailydoseday.com. Further down the page, see all of these. I'm not sure what order it's putting them in. I don't think it's the order I've put them up. But anyway, they're all there. They're all also from the link here at the top, the downloads page. Yeah, so that's talking about the one concert an hour business. The concerts, do you know, I've done that every time. They're not concerts, they're contests. I'm getting the two confused all day long. The contest page runs you through everything that we've got on offer for you today. So there's a crossword puzzle, which I was explaining earlier on. You wouldn't print the crossword out. You can type the answers in here or just click a clue and then type the answer. When you've got them all, click check my answers. It will highlight the wrong ones in red, and here down the bottom in yellow, if you get the right answer or the right answers, it will give you a password. So I need you to email me that password, and it would go to there's a contact page on this site, or else you send it to cy.twining@dailydoseday.com. With that password, you go in the draw. And the draw is for 2 tickets to a Bruce Hornsby concert. So that's fantastic. Bruce and his team donated those tickets. So one person will win a pair of tickets. So that's a fantastic prize that they've donated for us. We've also got a test pressing Afflicted with the lyric picture quiz. Anyone who does into these things on a Sunday, we do this every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, but not for 24 hours. We do it for maybe 3/4 of an hour. And one of the key parts of that, it's become very popular, is the lyric picture quiz. And I've never been able to think of a better title than the lyric picture quiz. So we'll go through, excuse me, if you go through, there's 20 of these. They each represent a song of Bruce's. So what might that person represent? That person walking in the sun. So you would type whatever you think the answer might be. while you're looking at that person walking in the sun. So there's 20 of those. So what's that, for instance? People familiar with catchphrase here in the UK, Roy Walker might ask, say what you see. So what do you see there? What is that? So that's song number 4. What's that person? So what are they doing and where are they? Would be the answer to that one. What's that person doing? What's the verb and what's the noun? They're something the something. It's easy for me because I know the answer, and I'm quite well aware from when we do these on Sundays that I might have, or you might have, a better answer than I do, because some of my clues can be pretty cryptic. Anyway, 20 of these, and if you, come on, that's easy, isn't it? Number 20. Type the answer in each box underneath the pictures, hit submit. I'll get an email, and then everybody goes who gets everything right, that will go into a hat, and the winner will win a test pressing Afflicted. What a test pressing is it's one of the first pressings, vinyl pressings of a release, of an album release. So Bruce again has donated a test, and his team at Red Light have donated a test pressing Afflicted. So I'd like to thank Kevin Monty for his help in getting these prizes put together. I'll make it clear that the caveat on that is you will not get Afflicted before it comes out. You've only got 26 days to wait until Afflicted comes out. But I think that's right, isn't it? 27th of May. But when it comes out, then you'll get your test pressing, whoever wins that. So that contest is open. We have a signed vinyl edition. I need to update this page then. So we had a little quick fire quiz. So if you go back to, can't remember, I think one of them was about, no, I'm going to get that wrong. But if you go back through the day, so around about 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., then I think give or take 10 minutes, we ran 2 quizzes. It was quite a fun one. So it had questions like, so you had to pick 10 questions, 2 words each, and you have to guess which of those 2 words is the most used in all of Bruce's songs. So we've got a database of all of Bruce's lyrics, and it counted up and it added them up, which words were the most used. So the most used word in a Bruce Hornsby song, because I had nothing better to do or no better ideas for quizzes. The most used word in a Bruce Hornsby song, all of them from Way It Is right up to Non-Secure Connection, was out. O-U-T. Don't know why, but every word ever gave us out. So yeah, anyway, there were 2 quizzes. So you had to guess which was the most popular. Is it the word soon or the word enough or the word rest or the word place, that kind of thing. So go back through the videos, have a look at whatever we were doing at 9 a.m. That's why we've got the clocks down the right-hand side of the page, or we have had for most of the day. And they will guide you to where you need to be if you want to enter those quizzes. When I said I've talked myself into a corner, the difficulty I've got is because this is a one-man show, I'm not able to check the answers. So while I've said get your answers in by 9 o'clock and I'll announce the winners at 10, I don't stand a chance because I'm afraid to open my emails in case it crashes the stream again, because it did earlier on. So what I'm going to say is you've got grace until tomorrow. At some point tomorrow, I'll shut everything down. But if you can get your answers into any of these quizzes today, then you'll go in the hat. If you've got the right answers, you stand a chance of winning a prize. This is where I started to get a little bit, not lazy, but there's only so many, lazy. There's only so many quizzes I can knock up at once. So what I said was with these concert tickets that Elise has been a fantastic help with, if you just email me and tell me what you want, then you go in the hat. What I can't do, as I was explaining earlier on, I can't raffle them because in this country that's classed as gambling, and I can't do it. Which, again, churches have raffles, so why can't I? But I don't want to end up in the. I want to do it the right way, basically. So have a look through this page on the contest page, and have a look at through. There's plenty there to look at of concerts that might be of interest to you. Email me, tell me what you want. If you want to tell me I want to go to all of them, then put that in an email. You're not going to go to all of them, not on our dollar anyway. We'll have one person maximum will get the most you're going to win is one pair of tickets to everything. You're not going to get more than one. So, but by all means, I don't know where everybody's based. So let me know what you want to go to, and you'll go in the hat. So that alone is going to take me a while to work through. So answers and entries by at some point tomorrow, but I'm not saying I'm going to come up with the winners tomorrow. So that's how I've talked myself into a corner. I'm not going to be able to come up with all the winners for you today anyway. So a canvas print of a Bruce Hornsby concert photo is another prize. So just email me and tell me you want it. I'm working on getting that particular photo. So if you're a photographer and you've got particularly special photos, let me know. Oh, I've been missing all your messages. Bear with me. Sorry. I've been so engrossed in what's in front of me. I have to click the message before it comes on the screen. Anyway, Elise, I'm going to guess from that you've entered the song photo contest. So good luck with your entry, assuming you sent it in. Oh, that's a guess of when of how it's ordering those concerts. Reverse chronological order. Maybe right. Okay, yeah, everyone will be seeing them in the same order. So maybe that's Thanks for solving that. And good luck with your crossword puzzle. You may win a couple of tickets. I've probably answered this by now, Jeff. Apologies for missing your message. So the deadline for all of these is, I'll just say at some point tomorrow. So I think that's fair. So I have been saying 9 o'clock tonight. So I'm giving you a bit of grace. Apart from anything, I'd like for you to still be here at 9 o'clock or hanging around at least, instead of filling out crosswords and stuff. No idea what that. Sorry, I missed that. At least I've no idea what that's in relation to. But I missed it. Yes, I'll just say yes to that, and you can decide for yourself what I'm saying yes to. Glad you enjoyed that, Chris, too. Anything that gives Elise pause gives me pause. If it keeps you quiet for 2 minutes. So that's, I'm half joking at least. 2 of them gave her pause, but you got, some of them there may be more than one answer. I'm probably not going to say no, and people who are familiar with the Sunday quizzes will get what I mean by that, because you come up with better answers than I do. Yes, please consider a donation, guys. If you're enjoying the quizzes, if you enjoyed the movie, if you've enjoyed any part of the day, please consider a donation to the ALS Association, which I'm going to talk more about in a second. Did I say? Oh, I did say I've put the 5 p.m. concert up, so that's up now. The one from York with Cassidy. And win a canvas print of your own photo. So I'm made this a page of its own. What I'm inviting you to do is email me a picture of any concert photo you've taken. It has to be your picture. Don't pull the wool over my eyes. It's easy to do at the best of times. So send me a picture you've taken. It doesn't have to be a Bruce show. Can be from any era. I've seen some great ones. You guys are great. And the one which I was going to put it up for a vote, but I'm just going to say the one that I deem to be best. We'll get a canvas version of that print. I'll give you all a pro tip. If you're going to send a picture through, please make it as big as possible, because the smaller pictures don't translate so well to a canvas. But if I particularly like your picture, and I've seen some great ones, as I say, then let's get it put on a canvas for you. Speaking of photography, he's been in and out through the day. Sean Smith has donated some photos for us, and I will show you all 6 of them. And I never did change that botch up. Excuse me for that. So Sean has donated 6 pictures. He's taken pictures for Bruce over the years for I don't know how long. How long, Sean, if you're still there? I believe he's gone out now. But these are 6 unreleased pictures. 2 of these are almost 20 years old, because I was at that show at Hampton Beach. Anyway, they're 13 inches by 19 inches. He's had them printed out, and he's selling them for $50 each, which is a snip. So 13 by 19 inches is a foot and a half by a foot, roughly. But they are outstanding quality. I've got one of Sean's prints in a frame of myself and Josh Dodis at that show in Hampton Beach with Bruce. I think Bruce was stood between us, and I'm not the tallest guy, so to get us both in the same frame is an achievement in itself, I think. But yes, $50 each. $50 will get you one of these, so just email me and tell me which one, and I'll sort you out. I'll get back to you and let you know how you can. I don't know how exactly we're going to work this, but the money would go to the ALS Association. I guess when we can see a donation on the screen or whatever, then let me know, and I can let Sean know, and then you just pick your picture. So email me. Sorry, I'm going up and down the page here, but email me with whichever one you would like. And if you can make a $50 donation, which would be absolutely fantastic, then we'll get one of those pictures sent out to you from Sean. And Sean has signed them as well. I've also made a page each, so I'll tell you a little bit about each of these. So we've done some little features. I don't know if you've had a chance to read them, but I'll just touch on each of them briefly. The care services page. So I think a lot of people, when we're fundraising for, and it's a fair assumption to make, when you're fundraising for the ALS Association, it's reasonable to assume probably that money goes into laboratory research. And it doesn't always. It also goes to provide care, and it goes to provide transportation, and it goes to provide wheelchairs or breathing apparatus, for instance. So we do this with Melissa in mind, who so many of us knew, Melissa Reagan Smith. And you know, I've been close with her family. So Melissa, they were able to arrange, her local chapter, who we're raising for today, have been able to arrange, or were able to arrange transportation for her, proper equipment for her. Kathy Hornsby was a big part of that that kind of caregiving as well, and so many in Melissa's community. And there's a video you can watch in your own time there that talks about that care. So it's more than the research. The research in itself is a huge part, of course, and we want to see in our lifetime ALS eradicated. We want to see the first person cured from ALS, or motor neurone disease, as it's known in this country. Sorry, I'm moving something around there that I shouldn't be. And speaking of Melissa, here's Melissa's story, and you can, I mean, the picture says it all, doesn't it? And we talk, and I've quoted this from Melissa several times in the past. This was something she sent me in an email, to say never to forget to enjoy each day, even if your life isn't exactly what you want it to be. The blessings are always there, though sometimes we have to look a little harder. And Melissa sent that to me after her diagnosis. Right below that is something Melissa sent me before my first trip out to the States. So 99, that would have been. So 23 years ago, Melissa sent that to me. And I don't remember if I think I might have said, where are some good places to visit? And she sent me back, I couldn't put it all in the picture, but she sent me back magazines and maps and things that she had annotated with places of interest. So Country Road was where the Valley Road was written about, and here's Chesapeake Bay, which is on the cover of The Way It Is. So just the most carefully annotated maps and local guides and everything, and she'd earmarked particular restaurants which she enjoyed. So that was Melissa all over, and so many of you guys knew her already, of course. There's something about research breakthroughs as well. So some, since even in the last 4 years, since we last did our last fundraiser, they've made real progress into curing ALS and treating ALS to make it what they term a livable disease. So so much of that is covered here. So that's a more of a positive article. And I also had, I've been speaking a lot with the local chapter, which helped Melissa, about where the money goes, because I really think this is the least we owe you guys when you're generous enough to make a donation or to consider a donation, is to talk about where that money goes. I think that's fair enough for any charity to account for how it's spent, or even to help encourage people to make donations. Guys, when you read where the money goes and you just think about how we take things for granted, so $10, if you've been generous enough to donate $10 today, that helps provide a special cup to help people swallow properly, to swallow that. If they're drinking water, it helps them to make it easier for them. It helps them grip the cup properly. $10 could also buy an attachment that you can fit onto a zipper to help them get dressed independently. It's the kind of stuff we take for granted. $15 pays for a bath sponge. I've linked to an example of each of the things I'm talking about here. So something that, it's a flexible stick. It helps people to bathe themselves without needing intervention until they need that intervention. $25 buys a smart plug so that people can have plugs on a timer, so that they don't have to press a button. It can switch itself off after a certain time. $25 buys a boogie board or an LCD writer, which lets someone communicate electronically. So there's an example of one. For $25, you can help write. If you don't have the power of your voice, perhaps you can help write on this board, and you've got an infinite supply of paper, if you like, in that electronic device. So if you're considering making a donation, if anybody had $25 to spare, that would enable someone to extend the time that they're able to communicate with their family, for instance. $40 buys a voice amplifier. $45 buys a walking cane with a wide base so you don't fall over. $50 provides in-home care for a couple of hours. Imagine what that can do. $70 for a bed rail so that you can help get in and out of bed. $100 to pay for medical equipment. So, how much money this costs to live with this. So it's helping people fund that kind of thing. $200 covers a portable commode. $250, again, round trip transportation with a wheelchair. $500. I'm not suggesting anybody buys or donates $500, by the way, but your donations combined could pay for someone to have a chair so they can sit down in the shower, or $1,000 to purchase a voice bank system. That's an ingenious device that records. And again, just think about what I'm saying here. You can record your voice before you lose it. You can record different phrases, so you're helping people again extend that the time that they're able to communicate with their family. Or $2,000, which again we've raised nearly 3.5 today. $2,000 covers an eye tracking device, which if you can imagine working a mouse, you're not using your hand to move a pointer, you're using your eyes, when that's one of the last muscles you can move in your body. To be perfectly blunt about it, you can use that to move a pointer around so that you can communicate. So the way I've put that down the bottom is just imagine if we were able to raise enough between us to fund a device that enables someone to do that and continue to interact with their loved ones. So most of that has come from a chart from the AS Association, or some of it has. So they've shared that. All of that is available there for you. I apologize for talking about something that's difficult to talk about and difficult to think about, but it's very real to a lot of people, and it's harsh, but it's their day-to-day reality. So your donations today, I'm being as honest and straightforward as I know how with you. Your donations today make a big difference to somebody, and it's enough to help fund a device like that for somebody, for instance. So when I say I appreciate it, that's what I mean. When I say I appreciate it, it's enough to make an immeasurable difference to somebody. So thank you guys so much. What are we at? 10:30 or 5:30 where you are? I'm talking a lot, so I'll give you a rest from that for a second. What time? I'm checking my own schedule here because I can't remember. What time did we have the cover project going? See, I need to put the last or our track that we've been creating throughout the day. I still haven't saved it, so I should probably get that saved and stuck on the website to go with everything else. So I don't want to open everything and wreck the stream. So I'm just going to grab... I'll play it for you because a lot of you might have missed it actually. So the story goes, we asked a guy in Jakarta in Indonesia he was very confident he was going to be able to record one of Bruce's songs for us, transcribe it, record it, and send it to us in a MIDI format so we could mess around with the instruments and so on, and add loops to it if we wanted to, this kind of stuff. And also, when he did that, we sent it to Louise in London, who was able to record vocals over the top of it. The guy in Jakarta, and I keep calling him that, I'm sorry, but he'd prefer to keep his name to himself. I know who he is, but he asked that I didn't, so I won't. Talk about surpassing expectations. He didn't just transcribe echolocation, he transcribed a live version of it that he found on YouTube. So he sent that to us. Louise then had to also work from the same video to to record her vocals, and I'll play a bit of what we came up with. I think we've just about, unless anybody wants to take this MIDI file and say they want to have a play around with it, I'm going to call it finished. So with GarageBand, you're able to take out instruments, you're able to swap them. So we swapped the dulcimer for a piano. We swapped the accordion that JT plays in the video with a flute at Carwin's suggestion. We've stuck a different drum on it. We've replaced the drum with a drum machine at East Bay Drums. Beg your pardon. So now when I tried playing this, it messed up last time. So I'm almost reluctant to play around with it, but no, that's not going to work. You might be able to hear it coming at my headphones, which isn't how I want to do it. So I'll play just a little bit of it if I can. How am I going to do this? Okay, I'll play a little bit, and I'll play a little bit of Louise's vocals on top as well. So here we go, guys. Let's give you a listen to a little bit of it. Then I'm going to save it before I crash the whole stream, and then I'll find a concert for you. So I'll play just a little bit of this. I should also say, sorry, I should also say MIDIs are not perfect. We're not aiming for perfection here, but I think we decided we were quite satisfied with what we had. So sorry, guys. I will play it this time.
Well, I walk these hills and I won't look back. Well, I walk these hills, I swear I won't look back. They took my car from me, got a DUI on Monday. Well, I walk these hills, I won't look back. Oh, I cover the landscape, oh so slow. Oh, I cover the landscape, oh so slow. She left me there standing with no soft landing, but I know what to do with the sounds that I use. Take flight, my private exodus, train human echolocation, set my sights in orientation. Oh, right where we are, we're gonna follow the sounds and the stars.
So how long could you guys not hear me before Colleen said? Chris has said so as well, so beg your pardon. Mark, I just wanted to say thanks for your generosity and for your kind words as well, and for your help in putting this together. It was Mark who tipped me off to match donations. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize how long I was muted for there, and I hadn't checked the messages. That's user error rather than a stream error. I was just saying, Louise, who you just heard singing, was not familiar with Echolocation as a song, and was not familiar with Bruce as an artist. So we thank her for having the big brass ones to step up and record that for us, and do so remotely as well. Let me just change the camera back. And also, I played it earlier on. I played all of. Can you still hear me? Okay, yeah, looks like it. I streamed the whole cover project earlier on. So if you're around, I don't know what time you would have heard that. And I will share it with you in the next couple of hours. So I think we've got it set for. But yeah, Beth George I was talking about while I was muted. Beth is a woman who plays in the piano bars in London. And I approached her and asked her if she would record a particular song, which has tickled me for a couple of reasons. I hope it's not disrespectful to do this, but we've put out a version of Sidelines before Flicted comes out. So it's not quite before Sidelines comes out because it's out as a single, but Beth did a gorgeous version of Sidelines, which is just one of the highlights of this cover project. The people who heard it early on really liked it. We had Mona on earlier on. Mona, they're from Sweden, and recorded Never in This House. So we've got some newish or new music on this one as well, and a future track on this cover project as well. So I need to figure out, I think I've worked out how to save that as an MP3. So I need to publish that to the website with the rest of the tracks for Fresh Gherkin, which is what we've called it. Do you get now why we've called it Fresh Gherkin? Now that we've watched the documentary, it was from a release, or a review, I should say, from this, which I found on eBay. So I've actually got the original release, which I hope Bruce knows this is a satirical magazine, by the way, because the review right here, if you can see it, right next to the dartboard with Krista Berg's face on it. And now I'm messing that up, but there's Bruce is on it anyway. There you go. Who is this man? And they go on to call him a gherkin. This particular gherkin is someone called Bruce Hornsby, who sings with something called The Range. So from that came the title Fresh Gherkin, which made it into the movie. By the way, I'd just like to point out, I do not have photos of Bruce's mother and Anne Hornsby and the twins and the Octane kids floating around my house. That was a little bit of chicanery I did with some of the pictures, because they're old pictures and I wanted to dress them up a little bit and look like they make them look as good as they can. Not that they were bad photos, but they're old photos going into a movie that is high def. So I just wanted to tidy them up a little bit, or polish them up a little bit to put in this documentary. I took some tips on doing that. So that's why it looks like I haven't got framed photos of Bruce's family around my house at all. I've got a framed Rehab Reunion cover. But that's all. Do you know that's a dulcimer on the front of that, Bill? By the way, because I didn't. So I looked at it. I thought it was people walking in the desert. The idiot. It's not. It's a dulcimer on the front of Rehab Reunion, which makes perfect sense. Okay, we're at the point of the day where I've been doing this now for 18 hours, and I think I'm delirious. I'm chuntering on. So I was in the middle of finding some music. That's right. You're all saying, please find the damn music and stop. Okay, I'm going to play something from the Further Festival. It's about 20 minutes long. I've got another concert to put up as well in 5 minutes, which will be some reason I've written 2 dates there, so I'm not sure which one I thought I was putting up. Okay, Dundee, Oregon, August 22nd, 98. That will go up as the 6 p.m. concert for download. I referenced it in the movie. Was that moved again? No, I moved. I referenced it in the movie because Bruce goes on an outrageous disco medley in the middle of Spiderfingers. He punctuates it at the end by saying, "This is the damnedest version of Spiderfingers we've ever done," and he was not kidding. It's you'll hear it as part of the Sockelblosser Winery show, Dundee, Oregon. I'm going to put that up in 5 minutes or so, and in the meantime, until I decide what to put on next, I'll give you this 20-minute video from the Further Festival. I think it's 2 songs. It's Whitewood Limousine and Rainbow's Cadillac from the Further Festival in 1996. So I need to shut some programs down before I crash the stream, like earlier. GarageBand and close. So while you're watching this, I'm going to put up the last track, assuming I've saved it properly. The last track of the cover record, and then I will put the cover record up for you. So 2 seconds, guys. So we have a very young-looking JT and JV in this one. So enough of me. There he is. Look at that young Royster there. That's JV and Molo by the look of it, and Debbie Henry. So I will be back with you guys in 20 minutes or so. Hopefully by then I'll have put up the next concert and this last track of the cover project for us. So let's go to I don't know where it is, but it's part of the Further Festival in, yes, that's right, Jim. We'll have a Molo solo in this next 20 minutes or so. I'll be back with you guys from wherever this concert's in about 20 minutes or so. Okay? Thank you, guys.
When she walks into town in a long white gown, and the band plays on with no one around. The hammer rice was gone 4 hours ago, and the white wheel limousine staying alone, standing alone with a man at the club where the brasses blow, where the wine did flow, where they moved so slow. And finally one night, as the wind stood still, when they got up the nerve and she said, I will. Well, the day did she didn't want to think that she lived a lie. There was always talk of a wandering eye when he'd come to the club and he'd look all around. It took a fair-minded man not to wonder loud. When she walks into town in a long white gown, when the band plays on, no one around, and the rice was gone 4 hours ago, in a white wheel limousine stand alone. And the father of the bride is drinking so slow. Drinking so slow. Drinking so slow. And over in the corner, behind the piano bar, the guy thought he'd play a little bit, try to take the old man out of his misery. flashes moves for the worshipful. Show moves from side to side. Hey, go over your head and dodge your right, dodge your right. Yeah, well, every night about 4 to 10 around the middle of June, in summer's end, people would gather from miles around to see the mighty rainbow knock on down. Well, the heat pulled up from around the back. The folks saying that the rainbow's a Cadillac. Well, the fancy shirts and shorts up there. Hey, call them all colors and the Joseph in the Bible had. Well, every night about 4 to 10 around the middle of June to the summer's end. People look down from miles around to see the mighty rainbow down and down. They on the scene, let the rainbow theme. Take a board from the collection plate. Every night he would dominate. I jump to the top and pick up down, going down at the proper time. Well, every night about 4 to 10, from the middle of June to the summer's end. So we'll gather from miles around to see the mighty rainbow knock on down. Hey, knock, well, knock on down. Hey, knock on down. Every night about 4 to 10, from the middle of June to the summer's end. People would gather from miles around to see the mighty rainbow knock on down. Hey, Johnny T. Well, a man walked down on the basketball court. He had fancy shirts and a paisley shorts. Well, the people in the stands looked on with awe. Could not believe just what they saw. When a rainbow did go down, they'd sing. When he would go to the top of the backboard, they say amen. When he would go in the paint and throw down, he would go, whoever's in the paint, he would mow down. All the girls in the short skirts, all the colored cheerleaders, well, the pom-pom girls, all that everyone said, like a religious experience, they would throw down like in church, they would leave no one in the lurch, it was just like a Baptist church, at church on the court, well, the changes
Yeah, you're not going to catch me out. How silly do I feel? I've had that show, I don't know how long, and I don't think I've ever played it. I don't remember. I would have remembered that version of Rainbow's Cadillac, and I don't recall ever hearing it before. So I guess you heard that for the first time along with me. That show from Dundee, Oregon is now up on dailydoseday.com for download, as is the new cover project. I've managed to put that MP3 together, and what I'll do, I'll post a link in the chat because I haven't actually made a page to advertise it yet. But excuse me, for the first time today, guys, if you don't mind, I'm gonna repeat. So I guess I make no apologies for doing this, really, because it's worth repeating. It's a stream of all of the tracks of this Fresh Gherkin release, minus the one that we just recorded. But I have put it up for download. It just isn't part of this stream. So I'm going to do that while I recover my voice a little bit and drink something other than coffee. So here is your... I've just posted it in the chat. I'm going to post a separate link on Facebook as well, and then I'll make a page for it while you guys are listening to it. So there in the chat you will see Fresh Gherkin. I haven't made a website for it this time because we were working right up until, well, 15 minutes ago on the record. But I got the last of the entries in yesterday, so it's been a real push, and I really didn't know how much we would have to, how many tracks we would have to be able to commit to it. So rather than do a website, with apologies to the people who contributed, but we're always grateful for people for giving up their time and their energy and their talents and their resources to put these together. And I know you'll enjoy Fresh Gherkin, and we appreciate everybody who's been on. I see John D. Beck's name there. I see Carwin's name there, who both have contributed to these in the past, and we've really enjoyed your efforts over the years. I think I'm going to say that was the last one of the cover projects we're going to do, because they take an awful lot of time to put together. I'll say that as if I don't enjoy it. I do, but I think that's potentially the last one we're going to do, because they are, like I say, they're a lot of time. So where was I going? Yes, I'm going to put up a stream of everything that you have ready to download. And apologies for those who did catch it 12 hours or so ago, or however long that was, but no harm in hearing it twice. No one ever listens to a song once, unless it's I'm not going to say that. This is a band I don't like. Where was I going? The come on, dude, where's it gone? I had it. Okay, here we go. So this is 25 minutes or so, and it's the first 7 tracks. I've got a feeling this was a while ago now. I might have I haven't mislabeled the tracks. I just didn't label them. So apologies to the people who contributed to it. It's all on that link I've just posted, and I'll post another link now, and I'll make a page all about it. I'll link to it from everywhere. Fresh Gherkin. So it'll be on the front page of dailydoseday.com in a minute. It'll be on bruce.com in the probably tomorrow. But I really hugely appreciate, I keep saying this today, but I really appreciate everybody's time that they've given and talents that they've given to this project. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. Oh, that's the... I forgot to do that contest. It's a bit late now. That was our bingo game that we had. Well, you can count that and email me. If you're around earlier on, you'll know what that was about. There is my screen sharing. There is the logo, fresh gherkin from the review I just read you, from the gherkin that is Bruce Hornsby. I'm going to need to reset the stream sometime in the next few hours. I'm just saying that to remind myself, really. But please enjoy for the next 25 minutes or so. And again, I'll put it up for, they're all up for download as well. Fresh Gherkin and 7 tracks. The 8th you've heard to death as we've worked on it together today. I'm stalling because I can't remember how to do this next bit, although I've been doing it all day. What does that do? All right. So first one is Seth Campbell. Seth is a phenomenally, easy for me to say, talented musician. He's done a few of these for us. He's recorded this with a couple of members of The Brew. Those of you who were around the Massachusetts area around about 2008 or so saw The Brew open for Bruce, and they've done just a fantastic version of Crown and Jewels. I'm not going to talk through each of them. I'll leave you to listen to them and download them, and I'll talk to you guys in 25 minutes. Enjoy these, guys.
hard rain, trading in your evening gown for a jumpsuit of pain. Beauty queen and the wallflower feel the same in their darkest hour. All watch as the crown of jewels falls from the old guard tower. And hey, hey, little Miss Jane, sunny day turn a hard rain. You're trading in your evening gown for a jumpsuit of pain. Beauty queen and your wallflower feel the same in their darkest hour. All watch as the crown of jewels falls from the old guard, falls from the old guard, falls from the old guard tower. Yeah, yeah, falls from the old guard tower. Hey, Jane, let me hear it. Oh, yeah, yeah. The song came and went like the times that we spent hiding out from the rain under the carnival tent. I laughed and she'd smile. It would last for a while. But you don't know what you got till you lose it all again. Listen to the mandolin rain. Listen to the music on the lake. Oh, listen to my heart break every time she runs away. Listen to the banjo in the sad song drifting low. Oh, listen to the tears roll down my face as she turns to gold. A cool evening dance, listening to the bluegrass band takes a chill from the air till they play the last song. And I'll do my time keeping you off of my mind. But there's moments that I find I'm not feeling so strong. Listen to the mandolin rain, listen to the music on the lake. Oh, listen to my heart break every time she runs away. Listen to the banjo in the sad song drifting low. Oh, listen to the tears roll down my face as she turns to gold. Oh, listen to the mandolin rain. Listen to the mandolin rain. Oh, listen to the music on the lake. Oh, listen to my heart break every time she runs away. Listen to the banjo in her sad song drifting low. Oh, listen to the tears roll down my face as she turns to gold. Oh, listen to the mandolin rain. Listen to the mandolin rain. Listen to the mandolin rain. Oh, listen to the mandolin rain.
Well, I wish I could laugh when I look way back. To find out who stole all my dreams. But it's never easy to face the fact that there ain't nobody there but me. It's hard not to smile when I am back on the ground, hoping that someone will see. But when the sun comes up and my dreams die down, there ain't nobody there but me.
What's the long face? What's all the crying for? Didn't you expect it when you opened your door to the man with the long coat and the
she'll never learn. Some rush into things, some stand and wait their turn. I've been here all along, standing here all this time, but you never notice. Just let the same tide flames burn. Where she sits, everyone stands in judgment. People watching as the curtain falls down. See the light to a long, slow fade. And the sun goes on in the shade. Sisters, they go walking on. Everyone's watching all along. And the sun goes on. The autumn's coming there, the summer's all gone. Still without you, the show goes on. Time is passing, slowly passing me by. Did it try to find it before it passes you by? Just one thing, walk to another corner. You keep on walking, keep on talking, talking all along. From where she sits, everyone stands in judgment. People watching as the curtain falls down. See the lights do a long, slow fade, and the show goes on. In the side eyes, sisters, they go walking on. They go walking all along. When the show goes on, and the autumn's coming in, the summer's all gone. Still without you, the show goes on.
I'm traveling out to Salem. I'm a judge at a jury trial. Got to get there by morning sunrise. Got to save someone's innocent life. Open up, hysteria. Fever at a fever pitch. Fever streets, walk, don't walk. Crowded sky of ventilators, antennas out under the moving sky, moving sky. Moving road, billboards flying by. Rental costumes and tires and chains. Then everything around me silent. Signs generating reality. Open up, hysteria. Fever fever at a fever pitch. Fever streets, walk, don't walk. Crowded sky of ventilators, antennas out under the moving sky, moving sky. Open up, hysteria. Fever at a fever pitch. Fever streets, walk, don't walk. Crowded sky of ventilators, antennas out under the moving sky, moving sky. As we sit on the sidelines.
There's a house somewhere someday with what everybody needs, where the daddy is employed and every
Damn it. You know how it goes, guys. Sorry. You've heard that enough times by now. If I pause it and play it, it'll fix it. But I'm going to go back to the beginning of that song just out of courtesy to Mona. Apologies, guys.
what everybody
Mona is from Sweden, by the way, and they put that together in pretty quick time for us. It's a very unique take on Never in This House.
Under the moving sky, as we sit on the sidelines.
There's a house somewhere someday with what everybody needs, where the daddy is employed and everyone succeeds, where guilt and circumstances won't put him on the outs. There's a place somewhere someday, but never in this house. There's a house somewhere someday where things don't fall apart, where the mummy's husband still has passion in his heart, where even after 20 years he's still aching for his spouse. There's a house somewhere someday, but never in this house. Somewhere someday in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Somewhere someday in this house I'll love and you'll see. Somewhere someday in this house I'll dream and you'll hear all our problems disappear. Someday. There's a house somewhere someday where big dreams come alive, where I will fly to planets if I ever learn to drive, where faith in my abilities erases all my doubts. I know this happens somewhere, but never in this house. Somewhere someday in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Somewhere someday in this house I'll love and you'll feel. Somewhere someday in this house I'll dream and you'll hear all our problems disappear. Someday. Somewhere someday in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Somewhere someday in this house I'll love and you'll feel. Somewhere where someday in this house I'll dream and you'll hear all our problems disappear. Someday, someday.
That is our 7th cover project in the books, guys. That's just a fantastic piece of work. Mona, they were closing us out there with Never in This House. I hear what you're saying, Chuck. I haven't experienced it firsthand, but I've seen it. Back with me again. How you doing? It's coming up for midnight here in the UK. I feel like I've been sat here since 5 a.m. because I need to get up and stretch in a minute. But yes, I absolutely agree with you. Amazing work by everybody. The 8th track has been added, which was our 24-hour cover, 24-hour song project. That is also in the books. That's been done and it's up, ready for download. You can download it now for the front page of dailydosestay.com. I'm going to start shifting some of this over to bruce.com as well in the days to come. Don't forget about us. After today, we're going to keep the daily doses going, and we'll have concert downloads. But I've been saving for the last few months the best of it for today, so I hope you're enjoying it. Just wanted to mention a few of you have written to me with personal memories of Melissa, so I will forward them on to her mother, Joe Nader. I appreciate the email you've just seen. I'm just catching up on you guys' emails because I've been afraid to open my emails and basically bring the stream down, because as soon as I opened it, that's when you just heard that static a minute ago. So I didn't want to wreck everything, so I've closed it down again. But Joe, I've seen your email. I've seen many contest entries from you guys. The one I want to point you to all to is the festival passes. So there is no ask to win those tickets other than tell me you want them. Tell me which ones you want. Or tell me you want all of them. You're not going to win more than one pair, but it's all off the contest page on dailydosestay.com. If you tell me what you want, then you could have 2 festival passes, weekend passes in your hand, or 2-day passes in your hand. So that's certainly worth winning, and I thank Elise again for that. So test pressings Afflicted are up for winning a signed version of Non-Secure Connection, a signed version of Absolute Zero. Sean Smith's photography is up for sale also. So it's all linking off the front page. If you look at the contest page, and you'll see all of them, and there's a link to Sean's photography as well. All proceeds from that go to the ALS Association. So everything is up on bruce.com right now. And no, it's not. It's up on dailydosestay.com. So take a look at that. I'm going to look for another. I need to rest my voice and stretch my legs. So I'm still going to be around, but I'm looking for a concert I can put up. How long have we got left? 5 hours. Okay. Is that right? So I started at, yeah, okay, 5 hours. Okay, I'm going to play you another, first of all, before we go any further, while I'm picking out a video for you. I played this earlier on too. It's about a 4-minute video from the ALS Association. It's hard hitting, and it's very stark and candid, as it should be. So if you would rather not watch it, then now's a good time to make yourself a coffee or something. But it's about 4 minutes long. But I'm not shying away from playing it because the association have pinged it our way, and it's a very real look at a very real disease which we are trying to see the back of. So I'm going to play that for you now. I'll be back in about 4 minutes with another concert for you. I hear you, by the way, Andy. Put that center stage show on again. I'll try not to repeat anything. 5 hours to kill. I might need to do that later on, but we'll see. I've had to can a couple of them because I don't want to get hit with a copyright warning. But for now, I'm going to share my screen. If I could only remember how. So, this is from the ALS Association, and it talks about Andrea. So I'll be back in 4 minutes, guys.
I was diagnosed in May of 2014 with ALS. I was 33 years old. It's changed the total trajectory of my life.
It's a truly dreadful disease. It stops your muscles. Soon you can no longer speak and you can't move. And then you can't breathe.
It slowly robs you of everything, but it doesn't rob us of the joy to live.
It's a wretched disease. It's horrible.
It's changed everything about how we think about the world and think about our lives together.
What our chapter does primarily is offer services to people living with ALS and their families.
Living with ALS is extremely costly. The equipment needed to live every day with ALS is very expensive.
It's a costly disease, and the ALS Association helps us.
We provide high-tech communication devices to give them voice. We supply power wheelchairs. The list goes on, and as I said, all these services are free of charge.
I think what folks don't realize is that there's a certain amount of monies and time that go to research, but a lot of those monies go to hands-on support. In this chapter, it's 600 persons with ALS that we support.
This ALS chapter is grateful for the support it receives from corporate sponsors through walks, dinners, and special events.
The Washington, D.C. area is so fortunate to be able to count on the tireless efforts of the dedicated volunteers, scientists, and staff who work every day to improve the lives of those with ALS and their families.
Now is our chance to do something good. Let's keep searching for a cure for ALS. My dream is that one day no more husbands or wives will have to watch their loved one die of this horrific disease. That no more children have to sit by and watch ALS rob their parent of their life.
We believe that it is our responsibility to strive to make a difference whenever we can. Now is that time.
Support. The people with ALS have hope for really the first time.
It may seem like a huge battle to find a cure for ALS, but when we do, what a massive victory it will be. Thank you.
Thanks for watching that, guys. I have pulled out a concert from 2006. I hope this is going to work. It's about 2 hours. About an hour and 50. It's from Red Bank in 2006. Andy Nova, if you're still there, I believe I saw you at this show. I'm just going to test first of all that it's going to work because it's in a weird file format. I recorded this, so if it's terrible quality, blame me. It's it's not a bad one. You've seen better today, but I am scuffling a little bit so that I don't play something which could land me in trouble with the YouTube police. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, and I'm going to go and get, I'm not going to get a coffee. That would be disastrous at this point, but I'm going to stretch a little bit because I've been hunched up for 18 and a bit hours. Guys, I said I'm going to announce the concert winners at 10 p.m. I'm not. So if you missed that little announcement, I just haven't given, I didn't think that through really. I haven't given myself time to well, frankly, I didn't expect as many entries as I've got, and I haven't given myself time to count through it, mark everybody's entries up. So I'm going to do that in the either tomorrow or in the days to come. I'm not committing to a date yet because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to account for myself tomorrow, given that I was up at 5 a.m. and I'm going to bed at 5 a.m. So please bear with me with that, guys, and I will contact the winners hopefully tomorrow or as soon as I can after that. But I'm going to be out like a light when this is done, so please bear with me. We are a minute away from Monday morning where I am, but thankfully we have a bank holiday. Is this the Queen's birthday? I don't know, but we get a holiday, which is why I put this on today. So this is from Red Bank in New Jersey in 2006. It's Bruce solo piano. Blame me if it sounds terrible, because I filmed it. I feel like the source tape was a lot better. This looks a little bit in parts like it was filmed on a potato, but it's not the cell phone footage that tends to creep around the internet sometimes and doesn't do the band justice. But I don't think it's terrible, this movie. So it's about a couple hours long. I'm going to stay here. You're going to see me here up the top. Still, so I'm here to chat away. If you want to chat away, I'll be here. You're keeping me awake, guys. You're doing me a favor. So yeah, this is Bruce from 2006, and I'm sharing the wrong screen again. There we go. That's not right. Why isn't that? Why can't you see that? What have I done now? Screen share, that's why. Put him further up. Guys, I should also say we've raised $3,606 so far. That's way over and above what I was aiming for. So I mean, I would have appreciated $5. That's $5 more than we would have had, but it's just an unbelievable amount. We're going to keep pushing that forward and see what we can get by the end of the day. We've got another 5 hours to go yet, but thank you so much for your donations and for sticking with me for today, as a lot of you have. Thank you. Just before I go into this, Ollie, for confirming we get a holiday in June. So what's this one then? Because, oh, this is right, May Day, right? And then we get another one for the Queen's, what is it, 75 years on the throne or something? Now, whatever I think of the royal family, that's phenomenal. Anyway, I'll shut up and play this. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Here is Bruce in Red Bank in 2006, solo. Talk to me in the chat if you want to. Thanks, guys.
song from our last record, House Gone Days on Columbia. I'd like to do a song that's from our fourth record, and it's on this box set 3 different times. A little overkill, you may say. Well, the 3 different times are very different looks at the song. There's a version that's just a solo piano. It's very much like the way I'm going to play it here. And then there's a video of the song I made with Spike Lee, and there are 3 Spike videos on this thing you have here, and this is the first one that we made. It has me driving around New York City in a cab driver. And then the most special version of this song is a version of us playing with Gregory Hines tap dancing with us. And, so this will go out to the memory of the great one who called me every Christmas day to check in for years. Miss him a lot. This goes out to his memory, and you will quite enjoy the Hines version. I believe you will. If you don't, the price was right. You didn't really pay that much for it, so you can't really bitch about it now, can you? And because of that, you can't really bitch when I get to it. When I go to a more dissonant place in my music. I just made a record with Jack D. Jeanette and Christian McBride, and for all the 8 people here who know who they are, and but you're 8, yeah, so allowed 8. Boisterous 8. Anyway, and I'm going to go into, from this first song, I'm going to go into later this song that we recorded on this record. It's called Charlie, Woody, and You. The second song is I'm riding around with the top down like I always do. My love at my side, but only this time my friends say something's changed you. Said you're running with the wrong set. This girl is someone you should never have met. Let her go on her own son. Everyone else had just come undone. The old town fathers are up in arms. The city council is very alarmed. The cousins and uncles are having fits of war, predictors of doom. Think this is it. Everybody else is just hanging around. Me and my babe, we're the talk of the town. It's a song about the first interracial romance in my town. I was freaked about it. Oh, well, the statue there in the town square seems to stare at me. They're walking around with my head down. They say, can't we make you see? I said, son, you know we're really colorblind. I said, everybody else seems to really mind. Lose that now, I think you'll find. Everyone else will just fall in line. The Chamber of Commerce is up in arms. The city council is very alarmed. And the cousins and the uncles are having fits for predictors of doom. They think this is it. Everybody else is thinking out loud. Me and my baby, we're the talk of the town. Not the first, but surely not the last. Shouldn't throw the stones out from your house of glass. Yes, around here lots of crackers and cheese. Stay away from those, my daddy said to me. You get in trouble if you mess with these. Y'all know what crackers and cheese are here in the shores of Jersey? Maybe not. Guess you don't. This other thing is kind of nasty. It's around here, lots of crackers and cheese. Stay away from those. My daddy said to me, you'll get in trouble if you mess with me. Old town fathers up in arms. City council is very alarmed. Our cousins and uncles are having fits for predictors of doom. Think this is it. It's everybody else.
What are crackers and cheese? You really want to know? To put it nicely, rednecks and ass. Wow, that didn't really get much of a response. I'm sorry to offend all of you, but you asked, so that's it. Stay away from those. My daddy said to me, you'll get in trouble if you mess with me. Yes, much more to the word that meets the ear at first hearing, the ear of the behearer. As the great Dewey Redman said, the late Dewey Redman. This next song goes out in the memory of Dewey Redman. What the hell? How many people are fans here of Dewey Redman? How many people even heard of it? Yeah, okay. I'm really touching the nerve of people here. Jackie Jeanette, Dewey Redman. I'll tell them to stand. Maybe they should not come here. You're missing the greatest music. It's unlike in sports, the greatest athletes, everyone knows them. In music, often the greatest musicians, hardly anyone knows them. And there's a perfect example of that. So anyway, I guess I'm just doing a little mild proselytizing for some of my great friends who are amazing. Anyway, this is a song that really has very little to do with Dewey Redman, I imagine. I never met the man. So, anyway, this is a song that I've got a lot of requests for this song. That's why I'm playing it. But I want to let you guys in on a little. Well, it's not. It's very public. I sold out to corporate America last year. My bloggers didn't realize that they were licensing a song that was about skinny dipping and drooling. That's the one little extra kick I get out of it when I hear it. And here it is. Man was a life expert, kind of a Jim Bowie type. Swaggering, blustering, a coonskin cap, touching not serious, right? Then I saw him grab a friend by the head. I guess I should have prayed. As he dragged him around, I said to myself, there's gonna be some changes made. Yes, a girl I knew and loved alone for years from afar. With a finger to her lips, she led me out to see the stars. She led me down to the pretty lake, and we did wade. She took my hand, she put it there. Gonna be some changes made. Gonna be some changes made. Gonna be some changes made. Well, there's gonna be some changes made. Can't keep on doing what I've been doing these days. Look at the mirror, see her cloud's face. Gotta take it up, gotta put myself straight up in front for all to see. I'm graceful like a bumbling fool. Then I thought I felt slip from my mouth a little drool. Maybe no one noticed it on my mind heavily. It weighed. I saw two people snickering, so there needs to be some changes made. Snickering, gonna be some changes made. But snickering, well, I'm gonna be some changes made. Gonna be some changes made. Yeah, gonna be some changes made. Can't get over what I've been doing these days. Look in the mirror, see the clown's face. I gotta take it up, gotta get myself straight.
and patron of the arts. I tried spouting Shakespeare on a midsummer night shade. Well, the lady just yawned and I walked on. There'll be some changes. Shakespeare didn't work. Some changes making keep on doing these days. Embarrassing clown's feet. Gotta take it home, things up straight. Going home, I've done enough to soar my little name. Going where the fields are green and I can do my macrame. A buffoon fumbling without a clue, likes to shift the blame, and often feels betrayed. Gonna be some changes made. Be some changes made. There's gonna be some changes made. Can't keep on doing what I've been doing these days. Looking the mirror, see a clown's face, gotta check it off, gotta keep myself straight. Gonna be some changes made. Can't keep on doing what I've been doing these days. Looking the mirror, see a clown's face, gotta take it off. Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure Bach helped me with the ladies. Shakespeare, Bach. Maybe you play that funky music White Boy would have helped. Anyway, I've got someone who requested like about 30 songs. I'm playing at least a couple of his requests for him. This is a song that I wrote with Don Henley in 1987. Sat in the front row of the Grammy show and lost our ass off to Bette Midler twice in a row. Record of the year and Song of the year. It was especially rewarding for my wife because she sat next to Sting and he leaned on her all night. We were here and Gary Shandling was over there and he was here and he was here, so he was... So at least we had one winner that night. Days were long, rolled beneath the deep blue sky. Didn't ever care in the world, mother and dad standing by. Happily ever after fails, been poisoned by these fairy tales. The audience dwell on small details since dad had to fight. Where we can go, still untouched by men, or we could sit and watch clouds roll by, tall rest waves in the wind. Oh, wind, you can lay your head back on the ground, let your hair fall all around me, offer up your best defense for this is the end. Oh, this is the end of the innocence. but that tyrant man's no longer king. Don't you warriors often fail? We've been poisoned by these fairy tales. Lawyers dwell on small details. Truth's daddy had to fight war, and I know a place where we can go. Wash away this sin. Oh, we could sit and watch the paths roll by. The tall grass waves in the wind, oh, the wind. You can lay your head back on the ground. Let your hair fall all around me. Offer up your best statements. Oh, this is the end. This is the end of the innocence.
Sorry. It's doing that every hour or so. Okay, we'll pick up now. Pausing makes everything better. Who knows how long this will last, and how we go far so fast. Somewhere back there in the dust, that same small town in us. I need to remember this, so baby, give me just one kiss. Come and take a long last look before we say goodbye. You can lay your head down on the ground. Let your hair fall all around. Offer up your best defense. Oh, this is the end of the innocence.
Thank you. I know I didn't play it like the record. But why would you do that? Why can't you go beyond the record? Why would you do that if you could do more? Yes, sir. You know, I'm going to play this song because the guy just screaming my name, but he could have been booing me. It's beautiful to have a name like mine because if they hate you, you just think they're saying your name. Which helps someone who has had this sordid, the sad, let me tell you a sad story. It's about great family pictures and the damage that they can do to a young person's psyche. We have these great family pictures of my parents from the 40s, 50s, where they look like movie stars. And people come to our house and we show them these pictures, and they look at the picture, and the inevitable question arises, look at them, what happened to y'all? So you know, this has stuck with me for years. I always thought it was going to be a good song one day, and now it is a song. It features beautiful chords, like that. But when talking about something so as angst-ridden as this topic, you need chords. That sound like sort of an angsty chord to you guys? Yes. Or maybe this, that's a good Ivesian chord. got gave a little Lombard for a mom and dad. I got my big brother bragging about all the ass he had. Well, must have been stuck in the shallow end of a pool of jeans. What the hell happened to me? Well, what the hell happened? I wish I knew. Well, what the hell happened? Not so much I can do. Yes, must have been stuck in the shallow end of a pool of jeans. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate There's 4 versions on the box of this song. None of them sound really like this. There's a bluegrass version, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band myself. The closest version like this to this is Grateful Dead. Remember the arena? This is a shuffle, it's not like this. Yeah, sometimes I leave, sometimes I fall. This time I go where she wants me to go. She said, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Gotta go deep in the woods down the Long Valley Road. Yes, I was working on the old plantation. Took her all the way down the Long Valley Road. They sent her away not too much later. Left him walking down the old valley road. Take a little more time with the next number to do that. I applaud your enthusiasm, but like I say, spend a little more time with the metronome before you do that. I mean to slag you, man, but you know what? This is the band right here. We're fragile. Out in the hall, they'll be talking in a whisper. Everybody knows that she was gone a while. Somebody said she's gone to her sister. Thank you very much. Would you like me to play 2 sets tonight or 1 long set? What would you like? Well, I didn't get a real definitive answer from anybody out there. I just heard a bunch of hollering and carrying on, which I like, mind you. I'm good with hollering. I like all of that. So I'm going to play one more song and take a break. You can go out and do whatever you got to do. Good request. But that's not what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to do a really big hit now for the people who like hits.
Do you know, it's every time I go to the kitchen to get, someone's asked me what I'm drinking, it's not beer, God help us if I did, it's apple and blackberry juice. Every time I go to the kitchen, this static starts to appear. So back to it, I just need to pause it and unpause it. I hope you're enjoying this, guys. This is the first set. Second set's to follow. I might have a chat with you just before we play the second set. We have about 20 minutes left of this. Oh no, 10 minutes left of this set first. But yeah, great show. Shame I was fiddling around with the tripod so much. You can hear it. Colleen, by the way, you've just mentioned it'd be great to see some people in Seattle. A good place to ask is not this page, is where it gets complicated. Not this page, but the Bruce.com community group. I'll send you a link to that. That would be a good place to ask and to start sorting up meetups and stuff like that. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I had some medication in my mouth. I had to get rid of it. Yeah, search for Bruce.com community group page. I'll send you an invite to it. And that's a good place to start organising meetups and so on. All right, back to this. Sorry for the static there. Speak to you in 10 minutes.
it's the way it is. Go on without you to be down.
As noted, Bruce will be back in a few. Just to catch up on a few messages, Jen, you are welcome to keep your 5 kids and your 6 coffees. I marginally, nothing against your family, of course. I marginally am better off with this moth, which is driving me crackers. The next concert is about to go up. Before I put it up, I just want to say thank you guys again. We've raised $3,606 so far. I keep repeating the same phrase. I can't begin to thank you enough. I'm going to try. We talked through so how the ALS Association spend this money and what even $10 would buy a cup that helps people swallow what they're drinking, or $10 would buy a fastener so that someone can operate a zipper. Just the stuff we take for granted. $10 would make that very much easier for somebody. So, and the amount we've raised today, I'm in contact with the ALS Association, so hopefully we can get some acknowledgement from them that I can pass on to you guys. But thank you so much for what we've raised so far. I'm going to keep pushing that forward if I can, see if we can move it forward even further. So if you're enjoying what you're hearing today, or what you're watching, what you've downloaded, please consider a donation. If you can't, that's absolutely fine too. I'm glad for your company today, and for all of you for helping me push through. So we've got 3 hours. Oh, no, wait, we've got 4 hours to go. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're powering through. 4 hours to go. So the next show I'm putting up is from Toledo, Ohio, in July 23rd, 94, where you'll hear, again, some pretty choice covers. I do want to preface this and say that the original recording had a stand-up comedy guy for the first few minutes, and for whatever reason, I've left it in the recording. No offense to the guy, but he's terrible. But we've got Dark Star, unusually, in this one, and I've also highlighted a nice Molo solo and a Molo duo with John Dirth on trumpet, both within Another Day. And Bruce also talks about his early gigs, getting him requests like The Way We Were, for instance, and then he plays a hilarious bitonal version of that song during Across the River. I'm sure he loves Barbra Streisand, really, but I'll leave that for you guys to download. It'll go up in, well, just as soon as I've finished chattering. And I'm going to put the second set on from Red Bank. So this is about an hour. Yeah, about an hour long, give or take a few seconds, actually, from Red Bank in New Jersey, the second half of that show. So I will close down that last window, put this one up. It's not a bad recording. It's one of mine, as I said, but I don't know what I did between when I recorded it on a tape and when I actually put it on the transferred it to computer. But Bruce looks like he's made out of Lego a little bit. It's very pixelated, but hopefully it's good enough. And I will leave you to the second set. Thank you guys again so much for sticking with us and for the donations. It's so very much appreciated. Thank you guys. And here's another hour of Bruce. That can't hurt, can it? And I'll be back around about 9 o'clock your time with another video.
I know there's lots of people out there in the lobby just drinking or whatever they're doing, but to get a little quieter in here, I'm going to play a soft song. A little quieter. Yeah. I think Sugar Ray was a great boxer.
sucking it. Whoa, tell me when does it end? Sucking it. Whoa, tell me when does it end? Oh, it ain't you. Sticks and stones can't break my bones, but your words always hurt me the most. My scars will heal, but the stairs won't. Blow up and lose my head. Well, I hope I don't. My skin so thin you can see through it. We'll laugh our asses off. Oh, don't do it. Laugh our asses off and dying of a slow death. Talking about what to stay breathing. So nice to be here with all you good people. Is anybody listening? Well, what you doing here tonight? I'm styling myself. Will you give us a chance? While you hear this song, I might try a little flash of pit just to get ourselves across. Let the spirit linger, linger. We'll get up. Do the slide of finger. Oh, slide of finger.
you very much. That first song was Sticks and Stones from our ill-fated biggest stiff we've ever made. It's called Big Swing Face album. And that last one was the much better known Spider Fingers from the Hot House record. With What a Time, a challenge to play chopsticks over that. song. This is the most requested song of the night, and it's a song from my second record. Our second record, I should say, Bruce Hornsby and the Range, although most of those records were just me playing along with a drum machine. I always loved it when Harbor Lights came out and people came to me and they said, you know, I really miss the old band sound. I said, that's a very discerning listener there. Because at least the first two, the third record that Bruce Hornsby made was very much the band, but the first two records, which were more well-known, were really almost, you know, that's 75% just me playing along with a Lynn drum, demos. So what's in the name? I don't know. Hard to say, but this is a song, it's another one of those songs. It's Roger Lynn and myself. It's a song about the Appalachian coal mining country, inspired by a book by Lee Smith called Oral History. In the Southwest Virginia town of Richland, fell in love with an Appalachian girl. She lived in a long line of little row houses on the side of those strip mining hills. She walked along on a jagged ridge. She looked as far as she could see. The hills out there so up and down. Only see as far as the next big ridge. Every time I see her face on the street, in the holler on the hill, another time and another place, I feel her in my heart still. Every time I see her face on the street, in the holler in the bed, see her in my mind, and then I go down the road, not taking again.
There we go again. Sorry, guys. Right back with you. No. It didn't work this time. Try again. Yes, Chris, there's that static again. And the fix that's worked all day suddenly isn't working. I'll play around with the microphones a second. Okay, well, clearly that video has lost its mind. If videos have minds, I'm going to close it in order to open it again. Oops. So we were 23 minutes in, so sorry, that was a particularly gorgeous road not taken. Ruined by the aforementioned static. So, let's find 23 minutes. Sorry about that, guys. Back to the show.
Oh, I went back there after many years. Oh, so curious and so secretly. Oh, as I looked on, I held back the tears. For the road not ticking, and that ticket overcoming me. Well, I saw her, she was sitting there in my old dinner on the front porch. The light a little brighter there, but maybe I still carried the forgotten torch. Every time I see her face on the street in my around the hill, another time and another place, I feel her in my heart still. Every time I see her face on the street in the heart around the bend, she's in my mind, and then I go down the road not again. She's in my mind, and then I go down the road not again. Not again. Appreciate it a lot, and I've been asked to play some new songs tonight. I'm going to do one or two for you right now, and it's a song that, on the upcoming Skaggs Hornsby Bluegrass record, and it's a song about my dad, who used to keep a spoon in his glove compartment, and he'd take us to the local dairy snack after Little League games, and we'd ask him if he wanted a cone. He'd say, "No, I'm okay." So we'd go get our cone, we'd come back, and we'd reach in the glove compartment, take out this big spoon, take a huge whack out of it. It was a real drag for us. We kept it in there for years. It became known to me as the dreaded spoon. So consequently, I always thought that was a good title for a song, so I finally wrote it. And next year, when this record comes out, we're going to do CMT Crossroads, tape it in January, probably air in March. The record probably come out right around then. And the first song on the record is this one. Let's see. Tasty freeze or maybe Dairy Queen. Yes, it's so better like love. There's something in there the old man loves. Breaks it out with a purple shout. Shout of glee, and it comes out. The dreaded spoon, the dreaded spoon. Lord, how's the dreaded spoon? Well, hide your cookies and hide your cakes. What he giveth the way he takes. Keeps on screwing till your patience breaks. You better not turn your head away. It's gone. Doesn't wanna think
says with a tiny wing. We come back with the gold cone. He makes us move and we all moan. Wearing out your ice cream cake, spilling sprinkles in his way. Spilling in his spoon. Lord help us with the red spoon. Well, hide your cakes and Sunday pies, apple fritters and curly fries, nuts and cherries pop so hot. Just one swipe and say goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Let go, 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 let go, 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 to the dreaded street. Sunday pies, your apple fritters and curly fries, nuts and cherries pile so high. Just one smile and say goodbye, bye, bye, bye. Let go, go, let go, go, to the dreaded street. Appreciate it a lot. We're also being commissioned to write a musical, and we have by some Broadway big shots who heard some songs off my last record, like "What the Hell Happened," and thought it sounded like Broadway. Thought we should be writing that. So we're writing it, bro. We're attempting to write a musical, and it's tentatively entitled "Sick Bastard." A very Jersey theme. It's a Mama Luke in here. It's a sick bastard. It's a Mama Luke. It's a sick bastard over there. So anyway, and this is a song from the upcoming Sick Bastard spectacle phenomenon, and it's a song about Donald Trump. Would you like to hear the song about Donald Trump? And here it goes, a little Broadway exercise. In 1946, a couple, Fred and Mary Trump, in New York City, borough of Queens, they had a special son. Oh, a handful but never man, vowing better than his dad. Built a huge empire in every biz under the sun. In 77, he wed Ivana something or other. In 7 or 8 years, Ivana was 3 times a mother. Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric's mom soon drove him to hysterics, and soon the Donald thought he would divorce her for his lover. Now you know who I am. Don Trump is who I am. For the dawn of dawns, the king of kings, a sub for the great I am. Now you know who I am. Don Trump is who I am, and we all should agree to pay homage to me. Atlantic City, Towers, Manhattan, too, were all called Trump. Shuttles and casinos, soon they all were going up. His only one regret, when structuring his debt, was letting anybody say that he was now bankrupt. And television shows added to Trump's fame and power. You can watch his administrations coming from Trump Tower. Watch until you're tired, or at least until you're fired. It's a glorious, wonderful way to spend a surplus hour. Now you know who I am. Donald Trump is who I am. Yes, the So from bluegrass to Broadway, we're stretching. But I know some of y'all like to live in the past. Not me. We're headlong. But, okay, this is a song about temptation and lust and all that sort of business. I'll preface it by a song. There's a whole bunch of instrumentals on your box set, A, B, C, D, and on and on. This is C. Yes, it's Trump calling. Tell Trump to wait. I guess I'll skip that and go straight to the song. Maybe I'll play it in 2 keys.
her naked back, she turned to go, and I just had to stare at her walking away. Looking out there, it might be me, but for the grace of God, oh, I can see rain on sand, strand of hair, calling someone's name, well, way down where the red lights glow, sneaking down above the bed sheets go, rolling wet, the sun don't show me the sad moon. Look up all the streets on display, standing there at the lady in the way. She looks to me, and I look away, the sad moon.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do a song right here. An old song that I wrote for my great friend, Mr. Huey Lewis. Well, I met a man that, sir, down outside of Birmingham. He was running from that medicine salvation in his hand. There's a saint who's trying to save me.
There you go. Be right back with you.
But just a pair of angels trying to get through the night, step by step, one by one, higher and higher, step by step, one by one. Yes, climbing Jacob's ladder, climbing Jacob's ladder. Over the airways, many times I'm overdue. Sing a song, sing a song, your money, join your chosen few. Yes, mister, I'm not in a hurry, and I don't wanna be like you. No, no, but all I want from tomorrow is to get better than today, step by step, one by one, higher and higher, step by step, one by one, climbing Jacob's ladder, climbing Jacob's ladder. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you listening. Thank you very much for coming over and thanking me. Great audience. Thank you very much. That's the one I'm going to do. I'm going to do it two different ways. I'm going to do this in a way that you know it, and then I'm going to. And if I don't hear that again, I'll treat you to doing something else. Hey man, I'm all for it. You can just bruise all you want, man. I cannot be mad at it. I know when in these parts, that's a standard shout.
Yeah, but you're the
And I know he's over in the British Isles right about now. And so he's not in town. So favorite movie. So we re-recorded this song recently on this upcoming Skaggs Hornsby Bluegrass record, and I think it's a very special version, so I'm going to play a little bit of each for you, but I'll play the one you know first, just so you won't get particularly incensed. Well, the song came and went, like the times that we spent, hiding out from the rain under the carnival tent. Laughed and she smiled, it'll last for a while. You don't know what you got till it's all again. Listen to the melody of the rain. Listen to the music on the lake. Oh, listen to my heart break every time she runs away. Listen to the banjo wind, sad song drifting low. Oh, listen to the tears as they roll down her face as she turns to go. Cool evening dance, well, listen to the bluegrass band takes a chill from the air till they play the last song. I'll do my time keeping you off my mind, but there's moments that I find, oh, I'm not feeling so strong. Yeah, listen to the melody of the rain. Listen to the music on the lake. Listen to my heart break every time she runs away. Listen to the banjo wind, sad song drifting low. Listen to the tears as they roll down her face and she turns to go. Run down by the lake shore, she didn't love the sound of the summer snow. Plays on the lake like a melody, now it's washing her away. Now it's washing her away once again, again. I do Just for you. Thanks again.
There you go, guys. That was a show from Red Bank from 2006. Trying to find me again. Yeah, Red Bank, Andy. That was from. I was saying earlier on. I feel like I've ran into you there. Maybe not. Yeah, so all of this is available on YouTube, actually. So this entire 24-hour thing is, I'll talk about that in a second. But everything you've seen today, so long as it's not been pulled by YouTube or Facebook, I might even do a blooper reel at some point, especially the first half an hour or so. Much hilarity. Okay, I don't know what's happening there. My other computer has just crashed, the one that I'm using to update. Yes, Andy, you put me straight on that before. Apologies. Westbury, we caught up. So yeah, the computer I'm using to update all the pages crashed on me, and it's taken 15 minutes so far to come back up. And now I look like I've lost myself. Stop sharing. Wrong button again. Been doing that all day, and I've done it again. Okay, guys. Look, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna call an audible here. I'm on some pretty hefty medication, and I do not want to forego it. I think I've done that for long enough today, and it's starting to have an adverse effect, which seems to be noticeable. So what I'm going to do when this computer is back up, we've got 3 hours left of the day. I'm going to put up the remaining concerts, and with apologies, I hope you don't think I'm letting you down here, but I have to look after my own health too. I think somebody mentioned I was slurring my words about 6 hours ago, so we've come this far. If you guys don't mind, if it's okay with you, I'm going to call an audible and call it a night. So we've been going for 21 hours and 4 minutes. So with apologies for anyone who was settling down for the last 3 hours, but I'm going to need to look after myself. And that means, as Chris just said very nicely, taking care of myself. So I'll put the last 3 concerts up. If you can give me 10-15 minutes or so, I'll get them done. Amy, thank you. I am doing my best to take care of myself, and I will get some rest. And thank you again. Just to run through the day then, almost 2,000 of you have stopped by, and thank you, Elisa, and thank you all of you for tuning in today. So I feel like we've covered all of our business that we were going to cover. I'd already said the contests will stay open for until tomorrow at least, but get your answers in or get your entries in, and at some point tomorrow, hopefully, I'll get everything out to you. So I'm going to update the concerts. I'll let you know who the winners are, is what I was trying to say. Some point, if not tomorrow, then Tuesday or sometime through the week. Thank you, Andy, and thank you for an amazing day. How do you say that? Kevgret? I don't know what that means. I apologize. And you're very welcome. Thank you I think you've been here for most of the day. So thank you guys for donating. I can't see the total because the machine's still booting up. So I've got a feeling that the machine crashed just before I did. But I'll get that finished. Oh, here it comes. It's back up now. It's getting there. We're currently on $3,681, guys, which says it's 147% of the goal. That's amazing in itself. But the original goal, I felt awkward for changing it, but the original goal was $1,000, so we've more than tripled, nearly quadrupled that. So yeah, I was saying almost 2,000 people have been around today. You've grabbed 535 different songs or different files, including the tribute record. So we're very proud of that. Through the day, we've put a movie out. We've put a cover project out, the 7th one. We've done a 24-hour song project. We've got contests still happening, as we've said, so please get your answers in or get your entries in. Sean Smith's photography is still up for sale as well. I'll check all the emails tomorrow to see who's been sending me contests and who wants those photographs and what have you. But for now, 21 hours after I started at midnight your time on the East Coast, or 9 o'clock last night if you're on the West Coast, or at 5 a.m. if you're in the UK. And if you're in the UK, I fear for you. If you're still up at this hour, it's 7 minutes past 2. But I truly appreciate you, and I appreciate your generosity, and I appreciate the people who've stuck around today. I do feel bad leaving you to it for the last 3 hours, but I hope I've given you enough in the last not just day, but the weeks gone by with podcasts and whatever, that I can purchase a little bit of goodwill. And it seems like I have from your messages. So thank you very much for your kindness and your generosity. If you've enjoyed the day, please consider a donation to the ALS Association. We've talked all day about why and the good that they do. So I can go to them tomorrow and tell them that we've raised at least $3,681. So that's amazing. So thank you. Can't wait to see what figure I wake up to in the morning. But have a think about matched donations as well, or check with your employer whether that's something they do. If you check in with their HR department, just to see whether it's something. It doesn't matter when you donated. It could have been today. It may be that you might consider it in the future. But if they match your donation, that's something that we can add to our total. And it looks as though we might have some exciting news to be able to add to the figure I just quoted you as well. So if you do take advantage of that, or if your employer is able to help, and they're as generous as you are, then please let me know, because it would be nice to be able to update that running total as we go. So maybe that we can add to it, and of course benefit the ALS Association further. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to put up the remaining 4 concerts I think we had to go. I'll tell you which ones they are. There's one from Spotsylvania, Virginia, October 2002, which Bobby Hornsby talked about for, I think he emailed me like the day of or after and said, this one's amazing. Get yourself a taping of it, because this was a fantastic show. RS was sitting in that day. It's a short set, but it's a great one. I think it's a soundboard. It is a soundboard copy too. We've also got Madison Square Garden, 1988, opening for the Grateful Dead. That may have been the first time. No, it wasn't the first time, but Madison Square Garden of 88. We've got Lafayette in New York of last year. I nearly put that up for download a few weeks ago on Bruce.com, and I thought I'll hold that back and give it to you today. I think that's all of them. So I'm going to put those up for you now, whichever ones are left. Everybody who's donated and left your email address, I will get back to you and thank you personally. So thank you for that. All of a sudden, the numbers are going up of people who are viewing. So I don't know whether the word's got out that we're calling it a day a little early. But apologies, guys. I've got to look after my own health as well. So, and one other thing. So as I'm looking through the donations, I can see like the back end of it. So if you've said you're anonymous, I can see some names, so I'll be able to reach out to you by email if that's okay. But I can see that some people who've told Just Giving website that you're anonymous, the little scrolling bar that you can see across the top of the screen there is direct from Just Giving. So someone makes a donation, it pops up there, and I can see that at least 2 people who have told Just Giving you're anonymous, I can see your names up there on the screen. So I hope that hasn't embarrassed anybody, and I apologize if it has. But once again, we're going to call it a day there. Thank you so much for joining and keeping me company through the day, and your wonderful generosity. It's why we do this. It's for the ALS Association, and it's because I know, as I opened the day by saying that you are good peoples, and it's reflected in, I think, that running total that we've got. So thank you again so much. Give me 10 minutes and I'll put the remainder of those shows up, and just have a look at dailydoseday.com. I'd say before 9:30 Eastern, and they'll all be up hopefully a lot quicker than that. Okay. Thank you guys. I will talk to you soon. I'm bowing out, and I will be fast asleep in 10 seconds flat, I would guess. Thank you again, Chris. I will get some rest right now. Sean, if you just joined us, the home stretch is gone. I'm done for the day. I need to look after myself a little bit. So we are finishing. And thank you again, all of you, for your generosity, for your donations, for giving prizes for contests. It's all appreciated. And I will talk to you all again soon. And I'll put a full list of contest winners up in the next couple of days or so. Thank you guys. Take care. And once again,